during today's hearing. Good afternoon. At our last hearing, we told the story of a scheme driven by Donald Trump to pressure former Vice President Mike Pence to illegally overturn the election results. We showed that when the pressure campaign failed and Mike Pence fulfilled his constitutional obligation, Donald Trump turned a violent mob loose on him. We showed that the mob came within roughly 40 feet of the Vice President. Today, we'll show that what happened to Mike Pence wasn't an isolated part of Donald Trump's scheme to overturn the election. In fact, pressuring public servants into betraying their oaths was a fundamental part of the playbook. And a handful of election officials in several key states stood between Donald Trump and the upending of American democracy. As we begin today, it's important to remember when we count the votes for president, we count the votes state by state. For the most part, the candidates who win the popular vote in a state wins all the state's electoral college votes. And whoever wins a majority of the electoral college votes wins the presidency. So when Donald Trump tried to overturn the election results, he focused on just a few states. He wanted officials at the local and state level to say the vote was tainted by widespread fraud and throw out the results, even though, as we showed last week, there wasn't any voter fraud that could have overturned the election results. And like Mike Pence, these public servants wouldn't go along with Donald Trump's scheme. And when they wouldn't embrace the big lie and substitute the will of the voters with Donald Trump's will to remain in power, Donald Trump worked to ensure they faced the consequences. Threats to people's livelihood and lives, threats of violence that Donald Trump knew about and amplified. And in our other hearings, we can't just look backward at what happened in late 2020 and in the early 2021 because the danger hadn't gone away. Our democracy endured a mighty test on January 6th and in the days before. We say our institutions held. But what does that really mean? Democratic institutions aren't abstractions or ideas. They are local officials who oversee elections, secretaries of state, people in whom we placed our trust that they'll carry out their duties. But what if they don't? 2 weeks ago, New Mexico held its primary elections. One county commission refused to certify the results, citing vague, unsupported claims dealing with Dominion voting machines. The court stepped in, saying New Mexico law required the commission to certify the results. 2 of the 3 members of the commission finally relented. One still refused, saying his vote, quote, isn't based on any evidence, it's not based on any facts, it's only based on my gut feeling and my own intuition, and that's all I need. By the way, a few months ago, this county commissioner was found guilty of illegally entering the Capitol grounds on January 6th. This story reminds us of a few things. First, as we've shown in our previous hearings, claims that widespread voter fraud tainted the 2020 presidential election have always been a lie. Donald Trump knew they were a lie, and he kept amplifying them anyway. Everything we described today, the relentless, destructive pressure campaign on state and local officials, was all based on a lie. Donald Trump knew it, he did it anyway. Second, the lie hasn't gone away. It's corrupting our democratic institutions. People who believe that lie are now seeking positions of public trust. And as seen in New Mexico, their oath to be to the people they serve will take a back seat to their commitment to the big lie. If that happens, who will make sure our institutions don't break under the pressure? We won't have close calls. We'll have a catastrophe. My distinguished colleague from California, Mr. Schiff, will present much of the Select Committee's finding on this matter. First, I'm pleased to recognize our Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Today, we will begin examining President Trump's effort to overturn the election by exerting pressure on state officials and state legislatures. Donald Trump had a direct and personal role in this effort, as did Rudy Giuliani, as did John Eastman. In other words, the same people who were attempting to pressure Vice President Mike Pence to reject electoral votes illegally were also simultaneously working to reverse the outcome of the 2020 election at the state level. Each of these efforts to overturn the election is independently serious. Each deserves attention both by Congress and by our Department of Justice. But, as a federal court has already indicated, these efforts were also part of a broader plan. And all of this was done in preparation for January 6th. I would note 2 points for particular focus today. First, today you will hear about calls made by President Trump to officials of Georgia and other states. As you listen to these tapes, keep in mind what Donald Trump already knew at the time he was making those calls. He had been told over and over again that his stolen election allegations were nonsense. For example, this is what former Attorney General Bill Barr said to President Trump about allegations in Georgia.
We took a hard look at this ourselves, and based on our review of it, including the interviews of the key witnesses, the Fulton County allegations had no merit. The ballots under the table were legitimate ballots. They weren't in a suitcase. They had been pre-opened for eventually feeding into the machine. All the stuff about the water leak and that there was some subterfuge involved. We felt there was some confusion, but there was no evidence of a subterfuge to create an opportunity to feed things into the count. And so we didn't see any evidence of fraud in the Fulton County episode.
And Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue told Donald Trump this.
And I said something to the effect of, sir, we've done dozens of investigations, hundreds of interviews. The major allegations are not supported by the evidence developed.
Mr. Trump was told by his own advisors that he had no basis for his stolen election claims, yet he continued to pressure state officials to change the election results. Second, you will hear about a number of threats and efforts to pressure state officials to reverse the election outcome. One of our witnesses today, Gabriel Sterling, explicitly warned President Trump about potential violence on December 1st, 2020, more than a month before January 6th. You will see excerpts from that video repeatedly today.
It has all gone too far. All of it. Joe DeGenova today asked for Chris Krebs, a patriot who ran CISA, to be shot. A 20-something tech in Gwinnett County today has death threats and a noose put out saying he should be hung for treason because he was transferring a report on batches from an EMS to a county computer so he could read it. It has to stop. Mr. President, you have not condemned these actions or this language. Senators, you have not condemned this language or these actions. This has to stop. We need you to step up, and if you're going to take a position of leadership, show some. My boss, Secretary Ratzensberger, his address is out there. They have people doing caravans in front of their house. They've had people come onto their property. It has to stop. This is elections. This is the backbone of democracy, and all of you who have not said a damn word are complicit in this.
The point is this: Donald Trump did not care about the threats of violence. He did not condemn them. He made no effort to stop them. He went forward with his fake allegations anyway. One more point. I would urge all of those watching today to focus on the evidence the committee will present. Don't be distracted by politics. This is serious. We cannot let America become a nation of conspiracy theories and thug violence. Finally, I want to thank our witnesses today for all of your service to our country. Today, all of America will hear about the selfless actions of these men and women who acted honorably to uphold the law, protect our freedom, and preserve our Constitution. Today, Mr. Chairman, we will all see an example of what truly makes America great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chair. On November 3rd, 2020, Donald Trump ran for re-election to the office of the presidency, and he lost. His opponent, Joe Biden, finished ahead in the key battleground states of Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and elsewhere. Nevertheless, and for the first time in history, the losing presidential candidate fought to hold on to power. As we have seen in previous hearings, he did so through a variety of means. On Election Day, he sought to stop the counting of the vote, knowing that the millions of absentee ballots elections officials would be counting on Election Day and thereafter would run strongly against him and deliver a victory to Joe Biden. Next, and when he could not stop the counting, he tried to stop state legislatures and governors from certifying the results of the election. He went to court and filed dozens of frivolous lawsuits, making unsubstantiated claims of fraud. When that too failed, he mounted a pressure campaign directed at individual state legislators to try to get them to go back into session and either declare him the winner, decertify Joe Biden as the winner, or send two slates of electors to Congress, one for Biden and one for him, and pressure Vice President Pence to choose him as the winner. But the state legislatures wouldn't go along with this scheme, and neither would the vice president. None of the legislatures agreed to go back into special session and declare him the winner. No legitimate state authority in the states Donald Trump lost would agree to appoint fake Trump electors and send them to Congress. But this didn't stop the Trump campaign either. They assembled groups of individuals in key battleground states and got them to call themselves electors, created phony certificates associated with these fake electors, and then transmitted these certificates to Washington and to the Congress to be counted during the joint session of Congress on January 6th. None of this worked. But according to Federal District Judge David Carter, former President Trump and others likely violated multiple federal laws by engaging in this scheme, including conspiracy to defraud the United States. You will hear evidence of the former president and his top advisors' direct involvement in key elements of this plot, or what Judge Carter called a coup in search of a legal theory. For as the judge explained, President Trump's pressure campaign to stop the electoral count did not end with Vice President Pence. It targeted every tier of federal and state elected officials. Convincing state legislatures, he said, to certify competing electors was essential to stop the count and ensure President Trump's re-election. As we have seen in our prior hearings, running through this scheme was a big lie that the election was plagued with massive fraud and somehow stolen. You'll remember what the president's own Attorney General, Bill Barr, said he told the president about these claims of massive fraud affecting the outcome of the election.
And I told him that the stuff that his people were shoveling.
The president's lie was and is a dangerous cancer on the body politic. If you can convince Americans that they cannot trust their own elections, that any time they lose it is somehow illegitimate, then what is left but violence to determine who should govern? This brings us to the focus of today's hearing. When state elections officials refused to stop the count, Donald Trump and his campaign tried to put pressure on them. When state executive officials refused to certify him the winner of states he lost, he applied more pressure. When state legislators refused to go back into session and appoint Trump electors, he amped up the pressure yet again. Anyone who got in the way of Donald Trump's continued hold on power after he lost the election was the subject of a dangerous and escalating campaign of pressure. This pressure campaign brought angry phone calls and texts, armed protests, intimidation, and all too often, threats of violence and death. State legislators were singled out. So too were statewide elections officials. Even local elections workers, diligently doing their jobs, were accused of being criminals and had their lives turned upside down. As we will show, the president's supporters heard the former president's claims of fraud and the false allegations he made against state and local officials as a call to action.
Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Stop the steal! You're a threat to democracy! You're a threat to free and honest elections!
And then about 45 minutes later, we started to hear the noises outside my home, and my stomach sunk, and I thought, it's me. And then it's just, we don't know what's gonna. I mean, the uncertainty of that was what was the fear. Like, are they coming with guns? Are they gonna attack my house? I'm in here with my kid. I'm trying to put him to bed, and so it was. That was the scariest moment, just not knowing what was going to happen.
This pressure campaign against state and local officials spanned numerous contested states, as you will see in this video produced by the Select Committee.
My name is Josh Roselman. I'm an investigative counsel for the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Beginning in late November 2020, the president and his lawyers started appearing before state legislators, urging them to give their electoral votes to Trump, even though he lost the popular vote.
I represent President Trump along with Jenna Ellis, and this is our fourth or fifth hearing.
This election has to be turned around because we won Pennsylvania by a lot, and we won all of these swing states by a lot.
This was a strategy with both practical and legal elements. The Select Committee has obtained an email from just 2 days after the election in which a Trump campaign lawyer named Cleta Mitchell asked another Trump lawyer, John Eastman, to write a memo justifying the idea.
When do you remember this coming up as an option in the post-election period for the first time?
Right after the election. It might have been before the election.
Eastman prepared a memo attempting to justify this strategy, which was circulated to the Trump White House, Rudy Giuliani's legal team, and state legislators around the country. And he appeared before the Georgia State Legislature to advocate for it publicly.
You could also do what the Florida legislature was prepared to do, which is to adopt a slate of electors yourselves. And when you add in the mix of the significant statistical anomalies and sworn affidavits and video evidence of outright election fraud, I don't think it's just your authority to do that, but quite frankly, I think you have a duty to do that, to protect the integrity of the election here in Georgia.
But Republican officials in several states released public statements recognizing that President Trump's proposal was unlawful. For instance, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp called the proposal unconstitutional, while Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers wrote that the idea would undermine the rule of law. The pressure campaign to get state legislators to go along with the scheme intensified when President Trump invited delegations from Michigan and Pennsylvania to the White House.
Either you or Speaker Chatfield, did you make the point to the president that you were not going to do anything that violated Michigan law?
I believe we did. whether or not it was those exact words or not, but I think that the words that I would have more likely used is we were going to follow the law.
Nevertheless, the pressure continued. The next day, President Trump tweeted, quote, "Hopefully the courts and/or legislatures will have the courage to do what has to be done to maintain the integrity of our elections and the United States of America itself. The world is watching." He posted multiple messages on Facebook listing the contact information for state officials and urging his supporters to contact them to, quote, "demand a vote on decertification." In one of those posts, President Trump disclosed Mike Shirkey's personal phone number to his millions of followers.
All I remember is receiving over just shy of 4,000 text messages over a short period of time, calling to take action. It was a loud noise, loud, consistent cadence of, we hear that the Trump folks are calling and asking for changes in the electors, and you guys can do this. Well, they were believing things that were untrue.
These efforts also involved targeted outreach to state legislators.
Hi, Representative. My name is Angela McCallum. I'm calling from Trump campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. You do have the power to reclaim your authority and send a slate of electors that will support President Trump and Vice President Pence.
From President Trump's lawyers and from Trump himself.
And I've become friendly with legislators that I didn't know 4 weeks ago.
Another legislator, Pennsylvania House Speaker Brian Cutler, received daily voicemails from Trump's lawyers in the last week of November.
Mr. Speaker, this is Rudy Giuliani and Jenna Ellis. We're calling you together because we'd like to discuss, obviously, the election.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. This is Jenna Ellis, and I'm here with Mayor Giuliani.
Hey, Brian, it's Rudy. I really have something important to call to your attention that I think really changes things.
Cutler felt that the outreach was inappropriate and asked his lawyers to tell Rudy Giuliani to stop calling, but Giuliani continued to reach out.
I understand that you don't want to talk to me now. I just want to bring some facts to your attention and talk to you as a fellow Republican.
On December 30th, Trump ally Steve Bannon announced a protest at Cutler's home.
We're getting on the road and we're going down to Cutler. We're going to start going to offices, and if we have to, we're going to go to homes, and we're going to let them know what we think about them.
There were multiple protests. I actually don't remember the exact number. There was at least 3, I think, outside either my district office or my home. And you're correct, my son, my then 15-year-old son, was home by himself for the first one. All of my personal information was doxed online. It was my personal email, my personal cell phone, my home phone number. In fact, we had to disconnect our home phone for about 3 days because it would ring all hours of the night and would fill up with messages.
Brian Cutler, we're outside.
Clerks facing felony charges in Michigan. Poll watchers denied access in Pennsylvania.
These ads were another element in the effort. The Trump campaign spent millions of dollars running ads online and on television.
The evidence is overwhelming. Call your governor and legislators. Demand they inspect the machines and hear the evidence.
Public pressure on state officials often grew dangerous in the lead up to January 6th.
Let us in! Let us in! Let us in! Let us in! Special session! Special session! Special!
What can you and I do to a state legislator besides kill him? Although we should not do that. I'm not advising that, but I mean, what else can you do, right?
The punishment for treason is death.
The state pressure campaign and the danger it posed to state officials and to state capitals around the nation was a dangerous precursor to the violence we saw on January 6th at the U.S. Capitol. Today you will hear from Rusty Bowers, the Republican Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives. He will tell us about his conversations with the President, with Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman, and what the President's team asked of him, and how his oath of office would not permit it. You will then hear from Brad Ratzensberger, the Republican Secretary of State of Georgia, who Trump directed to, quote, find 11,780 votes that did not exist. but just the exact number of votes needed to overtake Joe Biden. You will also hear from Gabriel Sterling, the chief operating officer, his chief operating officer, about the spurious claims of fraud in the elections in Georgia, and who, responding to a cascading set of threats to his elections team, warned the president to stop, that someone was going to get killed. And you will hear from Andrea Shea, a former local elections worker in Fulton County, Georgia, about how all of the lies about the election impacted the lives of real people who administer our elections and still do. You will hear what they experienced when the most powerful man in the world, the President of the United States, sought to cling to power after being voted out of office by the American people. The system held, but barely. And the system held because people of courage, Republicans and Democrats, like the witnesses you will hear today, put their oath to the country and Constitution above any other consideration. They did their jobs, as we must do ours. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I now welcome our first panel of witnesses. We're joined today by a distinguished legislator from Arizona, Rusty Bowers, who's a Republican Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives. Mr. Bowers was first elected to the state legislature in 1993 and has served as Speaker since 2019. Welcome, Speaker Bowers. Brad Ratzensberger is the 29th Secretary of State of Georgia, serving in this role since 2019. As an elected official and a Republican, Secretary Ratzensberger is responsible for supervising elections in Georgia and maintaining the state's public records. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Gabriel Sterling is the Chief Operating Officer in the Georgia Secretary of State's office. Mr. Sterling was the statewide voting systems implementation manager for the 2020 election in Georgia, responsible for leading the Secretary of State's response to the COVID pandemic and rolling out modernized voting equipment. I will swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Speaker Bowers, thank you for being with us today. You're the Speaker of the Arizona House and a self-described conservative Republican. You campaigned for President Trump and with him during the 2020 election. Is it fair to say that you wanted Donald Trump to win a second term in office? Please.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And is it your understanding that President Biden was the winner of the popular vote in Arizona in 2020?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for questions.
Speaker Bowers, thank you for being with us today. Before we begin with the questions that I had prepared for you, I wanted to ask you about a statement that former President Trump issued, which I received just prior to the hearing. Have you had a chance to review that statement?
My counsel called from Arizona and read it to me. Yes, sir.
In that statement, I won't read it in its entirety. Former President Trump begins by calling you a rhino, Republican in name only. He then references a conversation in November 2020 in which he claims that you told him that the election was rigged and that he had won Arizona. To quote the former president, during the conversation, he told me the election was rigged and that I won Arizona, unquote. Did you have such a conversation with the president?
I did have a conversation with the president. That certainly isn't it, but there were parts of it that are true, but there are parts that are not, sir.
And the part that I read you, is that false?
Anywhere, anyone, anytime has said that I said the election was rigged, that would not be true.
And when the former president in his statement today claimed that you told him that he won Arizona, is that also false?
That is also false.
Mr. Bowers, I understand that after the election, and I don't know whether this is the conversation the former president is referring to, but after the election, you received a phone call from President Trump and Rudy Giuliani in which they discussed the result of the presidential election in Arizona. If you would, tell us about that call and whether the former president or Mr. Giuliani raised allegations of election fraud.
Thank you. My wife and I had returned from attending our church meetings. It was on a Sunday, and we were still in the driveway, and I had received a call from a colleague telling me that the White House was trying to get in touch with her and I, and that she said, please, if you get a call, let's try to take this together. Immediately, I saw that the White House on my Bluetooth was calling, and I took the call and was asked by I would presume, the operator at the White House if I would hold for the president, which I did, and Mr. Giuliani came on first, and niceties, then Mr. Trump, President Trump, then President Trump came on, and we initiated a conversation.
And during that conversation, did you ask Mr. Giuliani for proof of these allegations of fraud that he was making?
On multiple occasions, yes.
And when you asked him for evidence of this fraud, what did he say?
He said that they did have proof, and I asked him, do you have names? For example, we have 200,000 illegal immigrants, some large number, 5,000 or 6,000 dead people, etc. And I said, do you have their names? Yes. Will you give them to me? Yes. The president interrupted and said, give the man what he needs, Rudy. He said, I will. And that happened on at least 2 occasions, that interchange in the conversation.
So Mr. Giuliani was claiming in the call that there were hundreds of thousands of undocumented people and thousands of dead people who had purportedly voted in the election?
Yes.
And you asked him for evidence of that?
I did.
And did you ever receive from him that evidence either during the call, after the call, or to this day?
Never.
What was the ask during this call? He was making these allegations of fraud, but he had something or a couple things that they wanted you to do. What were those?
The ones I remember were first that we would hold, that I would allow an official committee at the Capitol so that they could hear this evidence and that we could take action thereafter. And I refused. I said, up to that time, the circus, I called it a circus, had been brewing with lots of demonstrations, both at the counting center, at the Capitol, and other places. And I didn't want to have that in the House. I did not feel that the evidence, granted in its absence, merited a hearing, and I didn't want to be used as a pawn if there was some other need that the committee hearing would fulfill. So that was the first ask, that we hold an official committee hearing.
And what was his second ask?
I said, to what end? To what end the hearing? He said, well, we have heard by an official high up in the Republican legislature that there is a legal theory or a legal ability in Arizona that you can remove the electors of President Biden and replace them. And we would like to have the legitimate opportunity through the committee to come to that end and remove that. And I said, that's something that's totally new to me. I've never heard of any such thing. And he pressed that point. And I said, look, you are asking me to do something that is counter to my oath when I swore to the Constitution to uphold it. And I also swore to the Constitution and the laws of the state of Arizona. And this is totally foreign as an idea or a theory to me, and I would never do anything of such magnitude without deep consultation with qualified attorneys. And I said, I've got some good attorneys, and I'm going to give you their names. But you are asking me to do something against my oath, and I will not break my oath. And I think that was up to that point.
During the conversation, and you heard, I think, when we played a snippet of Mr. Giuliani calling other state legislators and saying that he was calling us essentially a fellow Republican, did he make a similar appeal to you or bring up the fact that you shared a similar party?
Whether it was in that call or in a later meeting, he did bring that up more than once.
And how would he bring that up?
He would say, aren't we all Republicans here? I would think we would get a better reception. I mean, I would think you would listen a little more open to my suggestions that we're all Republicans.
And this evidence that you asked him for that would justify this extraordinary step, I think you said they never produced. Why did you feel, either in the absence of that evidence or with it, what they were asking you to do would violate your oath to the Constitution?
First of all, when the people, and in Arizona, I believe some 40 plus years earlier, the legislature had established the manner of electing our officials, or the electors for the presidential race. Once it was given to the people, as in Bush v. Gore, illustrated by the Supreme Court, it becomes a fundamental right of the people. So as far as I was concerned, for someone to ask me in the, I would call it a paucity, there was no evidence being presented of any strength. Evidence can be hearsay evidence, it's still evidence, but it's still hearsay. But strong judicial quality evidence, anything that would say to me, you have a doubt, deny your oath. I will not do that. And on more than one occasion throughout all this, that has been brought up, and it is a tenet of my faith that the Constitution is divinely inspired of my most basic foundational beliefs. And so for me to do that because somebody just asked me to is foreign to my very being. I will not do it.
During that conversation, Speaker Bowers, did you ask him if what he was proposing had ever been done before?
I did.
And what did he say?
He said, well, I'm not familiar with Arizona law or any other laws, but I don't think so. And that also was brought up in other conversations, both with him and with John Eastman and others.
Speaker Bowers, I understand that a week after that call, Mr. Giuliani appeared with others associated with President Trump's effort to overturn the result of the election at a purported legislative hearing in a hotel ballroom in Phoenix. Was this an official hearing of the state legislature?
It was not.
And why was it not a real or official hearing of the legislature?
A legislator can hold a group meeting. You can call it a hearing. But when they ask me to have an official hearing, we establish it by protocols, public notice, etc. It's typically held at the Capitol, but it doesn't need to be. We can authorize a hearing off campus. And in this case, I had been asked on several occasions to allow a hearing. I had denied it, but said, you're free to hold a meeting, any meeting you want, to the person who asked, and which he ultimately did. I think he was a little frustrated, but he ultimately did.
This meeting was the same day, I believe, that the governor of Arizona, Doug Ducey, certified Biden as the winner of the presidential election in Arizona. Did you meet with Mr. Giuliani and his associates while they were in Phoenix sometime after that purported legislative hearing at the hotel?
Yes, I did, sir.
And at that meeting, did Mr. Giuliani raise any specific allegations of election fraud again?
His initial comments were, again, the litany of groups of illegal individuals or people deceased, etc. And he had brought that up, and I wasn't alone in that meeting. There were others, and other members of the Senate aggressively questioned him. And then I proceeded to question him on the proof that he was going to bring me, etc. But he did bring those up, yes.
And these other legislators were also Republican members of the Senate?
They were, yes, sir.
And did they also press him for proof of these allegations?
They pressed him very strongly. Two of them especially, very strongly.
And at some point, did Mr. Giuliani ask one of the other attorneys on his team to help him out with the evidence?
He did. He asked Jenna Ellis, who was sitting to his right. One thing was that it was more to the point of, was there sufficient evidence or action that we could justify the recalling of the electors? But at that part of the conversation, I know he referred to someone else. But he did ask, do we have the proof, to Jenna, Miss Ellis? And she said, yes. And I said, I want the names. Do you have the names? Yes. Do you have how they voted? We have all the information. I said, can you get to me that information? Did you bring it with you? She said, no. Both Mr. Giuliani asked her and I asked generally if they'd brought it with them. She said, no, it's not with me, but we can get it to you. And I said, then you didn't bring me the evidence, which was repeated in different iterations for some period of time.
At some point, did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
And what exactly did he say, and how did that come up?
My recollection, he said, we've got lots of theories, we just don't have the evidence. And I don't know if that was a gaffe, or maybe he didn't think through what he said, but both myself and others in my group, the three in my group and my council, both remembered that specifically, and afterwards we kind of laughed about it.
And getting back to the ask in that phone call that preceded this meeting, he wanted you to have the legislature dismiss the Biden electors and replace them with Trump electors on the basis of these theories of fraud?
He did not say it in those exact words, but he did say that Arizona law, according to what he understood, that would be allowed, and that we needed to come into session to take care of that, which initiated a discussion about, again, what I can legally and not legally do, and I can't go into session in Arizona unilaterally or on my sole prerogative.
In this meeting or at any other later time, did anyone provide you with evidence of election fraud sufficient to affect the outcome of the presidential election in Arizona?
No one provided me ever such evidence.
The Select Committee has uncovered evidence in the course of our investigation that at Stop the Steal protests at state capitals across the country, there were individuals with ties to the groups or parties involved in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. One of those incursions took place in the Arizona House of Representatives building, as you can see in this footage. This is previously undisclosed video of protesters illegally entering and refusing to leave the building. One of the individuals prominently shown in this video is Jacob Chansley. Perhaps better known as the QAnon shaman, this rioter entered the Capitol on January 6th, was photographed leaving a threatening note on the dais in the U.S. Senate chamber, and was ultimately sentenced to 41 months in prison after pleading guilty to obstruction of an official proceeding. Other protesters who occupied the Arizona House of Representatives building included Proud Boys, while men armed with rifles stood just outside the entrance. I understand these protesters were calling for you by name, Speaker Bowers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Speaker Bowers, did the president call you again in later in December?
He did, sir.
Did you tell the president in that second call that you supported him, that you voted for him, but that you were not going to do anything illegal for him?
I did, sir.
Nevertheless, his lawyer, John Eastman, called you some days later on June 4th, 2021. And he did have a very specific ask that would have required you to do just what you had already told the president you wouldn't do, something that would violate your oath. Is that correct?
That's correct. It wasn't just me. I had my counsel and others on the call.
And what did Dr. Eastman want you to do?
That we would, in fact, take a vote to overthrow, or I shouldn't say overthrow, that we would decertify the electors, and that because we had plenary authority to do so. And he cited Article 2, Section 1, I think it's Clause 2, and said that in his opinion that gave us the authority if there was, I don't recall him saying sufficient evidence, but there was some call or some strong reason to do so that we, or justification to do so that we could do that. And that he was asking that his suggestion was that we would do it. And I said, again, I took an oath. For me to take that, to do what you do, would be counter to my oath. I don't recall if it was in that conversation, clearly, that we talked more about the oath, but I said, what would you have me do? And he said, just do it and let the court sort it out. And I said, you're asking me to do something that's never been done in history, the history of the United States, and I'm going to put my state through that without sufficient proof, and that's going to be good enough with me? That I would put us through that, my state, that I swore to uphold both in Constitution and in law? No, sir. He said, well, that's my suggestion would be just do it and let the courts figure it all out. And he didn't use that exact phrase, but that was what his meaning was, and I declined, and I believe that was close to the end of our phone call.
And again, this took place after you had recently spoken with President Trump and told him that you wouldn't do anything illegal for him. Is that right?
It wasn't days after. Obviously, it was days after, but a few days had gone by.
But you had told President Trump you would not do anything illegal for him.
I did, both times.
And you told Dr. Eastman that you did not believe there was legal support to justify what he was asking, but he still wanted you to do it and effectively let the courts work it out?
I've been warned, don't say things you think, maybe he said, but I do remember him saying that the authority of the legislature was plenary and that you can do it. I said, then you should know that I can't even call the legislature into session without a 2/3 majority vote. We're only 30+1. There's no way that could happen.
But in your view, what he was asking you to do would have violated your oath to the Constitution, both the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the state of Arizona?
Yes, sir.
Did you also receive a call from U.S. Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona on the morning of January 6th?
I did.
And what did Mr. Biggs ask you to do?
I believe that was the day that the vote was occurring to each state to have certification, or to declare the certification of the electors. And he asked if I would sign on both to a letter that had been sent from my state and or that I would support the decertification of the electors, and I said I would not.
Mr. Speaker, on December 4th, 2020, shortly after your meeting with Rudy Giuliani and other allies of President Trump, you released a statement publicly addressing, quote, calls for the legislature to overturn the 2020 certified election results. The statement is very straightforward in explaining the, quote, breathtaking request, unquote, made by representatives of President Trump. Quote, that the Arizona legislature overturn the certified results of last month's election and deliver the state's electoral college votes to President Trump, unquote. Why did you believe, as you wrote in this statement, that the rule of law forbid you from doing what President Trump and his allies wanted you to do?
Representative, I'm sorry, I should be saying, Mr. Chairman, Representative Schiff. There's two sides to the answer. One is, what am I allowed to do, and what am I forbidden to do? We have no legal pathway, both in state law nor to my knowledge in federal law, for us to execute such a request. And I am not allowed to walk or act beyond my authority. If I'm not specifically authorized as a legislator, as a legislature, then I cannot act to the point of calling us into session. Some say that just a few legislators have plenary authority, and that has come as part of all of this discussion, I'll call it. But so to not have authority and be forbidden to act beyond my authority on both counts, I am not authorized to take such action, and that would deny my oath.
In your statement, you included excerpts from President Ronald Reagan's inaugural address in 1981. The newly inaugurated president told the country, quote, "The orderly transfer of authority as called for in the Constitution routinely takes place as it has for almost 2 centuries, and few of us stop to think how unique we really are. In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle." Tell us, if you would, Mr. Speaker, why did you include President Reagan's words in your public statement?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schiff, because I have a lot of admiration for Ronald Reagan. I've had the opportunity of going through his home with one other person and walking through, and I have a lot of admiration for him. When he pointed out, which is, I have lived in other country for a period of time and have visited a few countries, and during election times, the fact that we allow an election, support an election, and stand behind the election, even in the past when there have been serious questions about the election, and then move on without disturbance and with acceptance that we choose to follow the outcome of the will of the people. That will, it means a lot to me, and I know it meant a lot to him, and so we included that.
Thank you, Speaker Bowers. I now want to look even more deeply at the fake electors scheme. Every 4 years, citizens from all over the United States go to the polls to elect their president. Under our Constitution, when we cast our votes for president, we are actually voting to send electors pledged to our preferred candidate to the Electoral College. In December, the electors in each state meet, cast their votes, and send those votes to Washington. There is only one legitimate slate of electors from each state. On the 6th day of January, Congress meets in a joint session to count those votes, and the winner of the Electoral College vote becomes the president. In this next segment, you'll hear how President Trump and his campaign were directly involved in advancing and coordinating the plot to replace legitimate Biden electors with fake electors not chosen by the voters. You'll hear how this campaign convinced these fake electors to cast and submit their votes through fake certificates, telling them that their votes would only be used in the event that President Trump won his legal challenges. Yet when the president lost those legal challenges, when courts rejected them as frivolous and without merit, the fake elector scheme continued. At this point, President Trump's own lawyers, so-called Team Normal, walked away rather than participate in the plan. And his own White House counsel's office said that the plan was not legally sound. Let's play the following video produced by the Select Committee.
My name is Casey Lucier. I'm an investigative counsel for the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. On November 18th, a lawyer working with the Trump campaign named Kenneth Cheesebro wrote a memo arguing that the Trump campaign should organize its own electors in the swing states that President Trump had lost. The Select Committee received testimony that those close to President Trump began planning to organize fake electors for Trump in states that Biden won in the weeks after the election.
Who do you remember being involved in those early discussions around the Thanksgiving time regarding having alternate electors meet?
Mr. Giuliani, several of Mr. Giuliani's associates, Mr. Meadows, members of Congress, although it's difficult to distinguish if the members that I'm thinking of were involved during Thanksgiving or if they were involved as we progressed through December.
At the president's direct request, the RNC assisted the campaign in coordinating this effort.
What did the president say when he called you?
Essentially, he turned the call over to Mr. Eastman, who then proceeded to talk about the importance of the RNC helping the campaign gather these contingent electors in case any of the legal challenges that were ongoing changed the result of any of the states. I think more just helping them reach out and assemble them. But my understanding is the campaign did take the lead, and we just were helping them in that role.
As President Trump and his supporters continued to lose lawsuits, some campaign lawyers became convinced that convening electors in states that Trump lost was no longer appropriate.
I just remember I either replied or called somebody saying, unless we have litigation pending that's like in these states, like, I don't think this is appropriate, or, this isn't the right thing to do. I don't remember how I phrased it, but I got into a little bit of a back and forth, and I think it was with Ken Cheesebro, where I said, all right, you just get after it. Like, I'm out.
At that point, I had Josh Finley email Mr. Chesbro politely to say, this is your task. You are responsible for the Electoral College issues moving forward. And this was my way of taking that responsibility to zero.
The committee learned the White House counsel's office also felt the plan was potentially illegal.
And so, to be clear, did you hear the White House counsel's office say that this plan to have alternate electors meet and cast votes for Donald Trump in states that he had lost was not legally sound?
Yes, sir.
And who was present for that meeting that you remember?
It was in our office. It was Mr. Meadows, Mr. Giuliani, and a few of Mr. Giuliani's associates.
The Select Committee interviewed several of the individual fake electors, as well as Trump campaign staff who helped organize the effort.
We were just, kind of useful idiots or rubes at that point. A strong part of me really feels that it's just kind of as the road continued and as that was failure, that got formulated as what do we have on the table? Let's just do it.
And now, after what we've told you today about the Select Committee's investigation about the conclusion of the professional lawyers on the campaign staff, Justin Clark, Matt Morgan, and Josh Finley, about their unwillingness to participate in the convening of these electors, how does that contribute to your understanding of these issues?
I'm angry. Because I think in a sense, no one really cared if people were potentially putting themselves in jeopardy.
Would you have not wanted to participate in this any further as well?
I absolutely would not have. Had I known that the three main lawyers for the campaign that I've spoken to in the past and were leading up were not on board. Yeah.
I was told that these would only count if a court ruled in our favor. So that would have been using our electors, it would have been using our electors in ways that we weren't told about, and we wouldn't have supported.
Documents obtained by the Select Committee indicate that instructions were given to the electors in several states that they needed to cast their ballots in complete secrecy. Because this scheme involved fake electors, those participating in certain states had no way to comply with state election laws, like where the electors were supposed to meet. One group of fake electors even considered hiding overnight to ensure that they could access the state capitol, as required in Michigan.
Did Mr. Norton say who he was working with at all on this effort to have electors meet?
He said he was working with the president's campaign. He told me that the Michigan Republican electors were planning to meet in the Capitol and hide overnight so that they could fulfill the role of casting their vote in per law in the Michigan chambers. And I told him in no uncertain terms that that was insane and inappropriate.
In one state, the fake electors even asked for a promise that the campaign would pay their legal fees if they got sued or charged with a crime. Ultimately, fake electors did meet on December 14th, 2020 in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Mexico, Nevada, and Wisconsin. At the request of the Trump campaign, the electors from these battleground states signed documents falsely asserting that they were the, quote, duly elected electors from their state, and submitted them to the National Archives and to Vice President Pence in his capacity as President of the Senate. Here is what some of the fake elector certificates look like as compared to the real ones. But these ballots had no legal effect. In an email produced to the Select Committee, Dr. Eastman told a Trump campaign representative that it did not matter that the electors had not been approved by a state authority. Quote, the fact that we have multiple slates of electors demonstrates the uncertainty of either. That should be enough. He urged that Pence act boldly and be challenged. Documents produced to the Select Committee show that the Trump campaign took steps to ensure that the physical copies of the fake electors' electoral votes from 2 states were delivered to Washington for January 6th. Text messages exchanged between Republican Party officials in Wisconsin show that on January 4th, the Trump campaign asked for someone to fly their fake electors' documents to Washington. A staffer for Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson texted a staffer for Vice President Pence just minutes before the beginning of the joint session. This staffer stated that Senator Johnson wished to hand-deliver to the Vice President the fake electors' votes from Michigan and Wisconsin. The Vice President's aide unambiguously instructed them not to deliver the fake votes to the Vice President. Even though the fake elector slates were transmitted to Congress and the executive branch, the Vice President held firm in his position that his role was to count lawfully submitted electoral votes.
Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes.
Which is what he did when the joint session resumed on January 6th after the attack on the Capitol.
What we just heard in that video was an aide to the White House Chief of Staff telling this committee that the White House counsel's office felt that this fake electors plan was not legally sound. Nevertheless, the Trump campaign went forward with the scheme anyway. Speaker Bowers, were you aware that fake electors had met in Phoenix on December 14th and purported to cast electoral votes for President Trump?
I was not.
When you learned that these electors had met and sent their electoral votes to Washington, what did you think?
Well, I thought of the book, The Gang That Couldn't Shoot Straight. And I just thought, this is a tragic parody.
Mr. Bowers, I understand that as you flew from Phoenix to Washington yesterday, you reflected upon some passages from a personal journal that you were keeping in December 2020 while all of this was taking place. With your permission, I'm wondering if you would be willing to share one passage in particular with us.
Thank you very much. It is painful to have friends who have been such a help to me turn on me with such rancor. I may, in the eyes of men, not hold correct opinions or act according to their vision or convictions, But I do not take this current situation in a light manner, a fearful manner, or a vengeful manner. I do not want to be a winner by cheating. I will not play with laws I swore allegiance to with any contrived desire towards deflection of my deep foundational desire to follow God's will as I believe He led my conscience to embrace. How else will I ever approach Him in the wilderness of life, knowing that I ask this guidance only to show myself a coward in defending the course He let me take. He led me to take.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those are powerful words. I understand that taking the courageous positions that you did following the 2020 election in defense of the rule of law and protecting the voters of Arizona resulted in you and your family being subjected to protests and terrible threats. Can you tell us how this impacted you and your family?
Well, as others in the videos have mentioned, we received, my secretaries would say, in excess of 20,000 emails and tens of thousands of voicemails and texts, which saturated our offices and we were unable to work, or at least communicate. But at home, up till even recently, it is the new pattern or a pattern in our lives to worry what will happen on Saturdays, because we have various groups come by and they have had video panel trucks with videos of me proclaiming me to be a pedophile and a pervert and a corrupt and politician, and blaring loudspeakers in my neighborhood and leaving literature both on my property, but arguing and threatening with neighbors and with myself. I don't know if I should name groups, but there was one gentleman that had the 3 bars on his chest, and he had a pistol and was threatening my neighbor, not with the pistol, but just vocally. When I saw the gun, I knew I had to get close. And at the same time, on some of these, we had a daughter who was gravely ill, who was upset by what was happening outside. And my wife, that was a valiant person, very, very strong, quiet, very strong woman. So it was disturbing. It was disturbing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for your service to the state of Arizona and to the country. Mr. Chairman, at this point, I think it'd be appropriate to take a short recess. Accordingly, I reserve the balance of my time.
The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members and witnesses from the room. We'll have 5 minutes, 5-minute recess.
All right, so our first panel done here as we continue on with these January 6th Capitol riot hearings. This happening live on Unfiltered here for you on Capitol Hill. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. They are going to be taking just a brief recess until they switch to yet another person who will be testifying. This will be a former Georgia election worker. So we do have more to come here in just a few short moments. You heard some of that emotional testimony just moments ago from this Arizona House Speaker, Rusty Bowers. He was speaking about some recent issues after that January 6th insurrection. He was speaking about threats that have been made in his neighborhood and around his home. This has definitely been something we've been keeping a close eye on. You can see all of the committee members also going up and thanking Mr. Bowers for his testimony here today. Still to come, we do have Brad Ratzensberger. He is the Georgia Secretary of State. We do also have Gabriel Sterling. He's the Georgia Secretary of State, Chief Operating Officer. Before we get to then also Andrea, Shea, who's the former Georgia election worker. So we do have a lot more to hear here today. Don't forget, Live Now from Fox, always rolling on all of these different pieces that have been happening so far here on this committee. I do want to take us back here just when we were going through that timeline of the pressure that Trump's attorneys, as well as others with the former president, were putting on all of these states to try to force these fake electors. So let's go ahead and listen back into that. We're going to still keep up this picture live inside of the Capitol as we are waiting for them to return from this brief break. But let's go ahead and listen back into those moments right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Beginning in late November 2020, the president and his lawyers started appearing before state legislators, urging them to give their electoral votes to Trump, even though he lost the popular vote.
I represent President Trump along with Jenna Ellis, and this is our fourth or fifth hearing.
This election has to be turned around because we won Pennsylvania by a lot, and we won all of these swing states by a lot.
This was a strategy with both practical and legal elements. The Select Committee has obtained an email from just 2 days after the election in which a Trump campaign lawyer named Cleta Mitchell asked another Trump lawyer, John Eastman, to write a memo justifying the idea.
When do you remember this coming up as an option in the post-election period for the first time?
Right after the election. It might have been before the election.
Eastman prepared a memo attempting to justify this strategy, which was circulated to the Trump White House, Rudy Giuliani's legal team, and state legislators around the country. And he appeared before the Georgia State Legislature to advocate for it publicly.
You could also do what the Florida legislature was prepared to do, which is to adopt a slate of electors yourselves. And when you add in the mix of the significant statistical anomalies and sworn affidavits and video evidence of outright election fraud, I don't think it's just your authority to do that, but quite frankly, I think you have a duty to do that, to protect the integrity of the election here in Georgia.
But Republican officials in several states released public statements recognizing that President Trump's proposal was unlawful. For instance, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp called the proposal unconstitutional, while Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers wrote that the idea would undermine the rule of law. The pressure campaign to get state legislators to go along with this theme intensified when President Trump invited delegations from Michigan and Pennsylvania to the White House.
Either you or Speaker Chatfield, did you make the point to the president that you were not going to do anything that violated Michigan law?
I believe we did. Whether or not it was those exact words or not, but I think that the words that I would have more likely used is we were going to follow the law.
Nevertheless, the pressure continued. The next day, President Trump tweeted, quote, "Hopefully the courts and/or legislatures will have the courage to do what has to be done to maintain the integrity of our elections and the United States of America itself. The world is watching." He posted multiple messages on Facebook listing the contact information for state officials and urging his supporters to contact them to, quote, "demand a vote on decertification." In one of those posts, President Trump disclosed Mike Shirkey's personal phone number to his millions of followers.
All I remember is receiving over just shy of 4,000 text messages over a short period of time, calling to take action. It was a loud noise, loud, consistent cadence of, we heard that the Trump folks are calling and asking for changes in the electors, and you guys can do this. Well, they were believing things that were untrue.
These efforts also involved targeted outreach to state legislators.
Hi, Representative.
My name is Angela McCallum. I'm calling from Trump campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. You do have the power to reclaim your authority and send a slate of electors that will support President Trump and Vice President Pence.
From President Trump's lawyers and from Trump himself.
And I've become friendly with legislators that I didn't know 4 weeks ago.
Another legislator, Pennsylvania House Speaker Brian Cutler, received daily voicemails from Trump's lawyers in the last week of November.
Mr. Speaker, this is Rudy Giuliani and Jenna Ellis. We're calling you together because we'd like to discuss, obviously, the election.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. This is Jenna Ellis, and I'm here with Mayor Giuliani.
Hey, Brian, it's Rudy. I really have something important to call to your attention that I think really changes things.
Cutler felt that the outreach was inappropriate and asked his lawyers to tell Rudy Giuliani to stop calling, but Giuliani continued to reach out.
I understand that you don't want to talk to me now. I just want to bring some facts to your attention and talk to you as a fellow Republican.
On December 30th, Trump ally Steve Bannon announced a protest at Cutler's home.
We're getting on the road and we're going down to Cutler. We're going to start going to offices, and if we have to, we're going to go to homes, and we're going to let them know what we think about them.
There were multiple protests. I actually don't remember the exact number. There was at least 3, I think, outside either my district office or my home. And you're correct, my son, my then 15-year-old son, was home by himself for the first one. All of my personal information was doxed online. It was my personal email, my personal cell phone, my home phone number. In fact, we had to disconnect our home phone for about 3 days because it would ring all hours of the night and would fill up with messages.
Brian Cutler, we're outside.
Clerks facing felony charges in Michigan. Poll watchers denied access in Pennsylvania.
These ads were another element in the effort. The Trump campaign spent millions of dollars running ads online and on television.
The evidence is overwhelming. Call your governor and legislators. Demand they inspect the machines and hear the evidence.
Public pressure on state officials often grew dangerous in the lead up to January 6th.
Let us in! Let us in! Let us in! Let us in! Special session! Special session! Special session! We'll light the whole shit on fire.
What are we going to do? What can you and I do to a state legislator besides kill him? Although we should not do that. I'm not advising that, but I mean, what else can you do, right?
The punishment for treason is death.
All right, so that was some moments that happened just a little bit earlier. Still waiting for our committee to come back in after that short break. Right now, we just had heard from Republican Speaker Rusty Bowers. He's among a series of state election officials who are testifying today before the congressional committee, who is investigating the events surrounding January 6th, where Trump had tried to stop the certification of President Joe Biden's victory. We've been hearing a number of different pieces already here this morning. Going to be hearing from even more of those election officials from multiple states, including multiple people from Georgia as well, another state that was really pressured by not only President Trump, but also the people who surround themselves around President Trump. So let's go ahead. Also, as we're waiting, you can see just a bit of movement happening here. This is again that live picture coming to us from inside of the Capitol. Looks like we do have more of our witnesses beginning to take their seats. This again is going to be including Brad Ratzensberger. He's the Georgia Secretary of State, another person who went under a lot of heat surrounding all of the events here after the January 6th. And once this committee was formed to look into the riots, I want to do, though, while we're waiting, because you can see we don't have our committee members back up there. Let's go ahead and replay just some more moments that we had earlier here today. We did have some comments made by President Trump himself recently with Rusty Bowers. Again, that's the Arizona House Speaker, saying that he is now part of this circus. So let's go ahead and listen into their back and forth comments with each other on these most recent pieces of statements from President Trump as they're asking Rusty Bowers about them. Let's go ahead and listen into that right here for you, again on Live Now from Fox.
I prepared for you. I wanted to ask you about a statement that former President Trump issued, which I received just prior to the hearing. Have you had a chance to review that statement?
My counsel called from Arizona and read it to me. Yes, sir.
In that statement, I won't read it in its entirety. Former President Trump begins by calling you a rhino, Republican in name only. He then references a conversation in November 2020 in which he claims that you told him that the election was rigged and that he had won Arizona. To quote the former president, during the conversation, he told me the election was rigged and that I won Arizona, unquote. Did you have such a conversation with the president?
I did have a conversation with the president. That certainly isn't it, but there were parts of it that are true, but there are parts that are not, sir.
And the part that I read you, is that false?
Anywhere, anyone, anytime has said that I said the election was rigged, that would not be true.
And when the former president in his statement today claimed that you told him that he won Arizona, is that also false?
That is also false.
Mr. Bowers, I understand that after the election, and I don't know whether this is the conversation the former president is referring to, but after the election, you received a phone call from President Trump and Rudy Giuliani in which they discussed the result of the presidential election in Arizona. If you would, tell us about that call and whether the former president or Mr. Giuliani raised allegations of election fraud.
Thank you. My wife and I had returned from attending our church meetings. It was on a Sunday, and we were still in the driveway, and I had received a call from a colleague telling me that the White House was trying to get in touch with her and I, and that she said, please, if you get a call, let's try to take this together. Immediately, I saw that the White House on my Bluetooth was calling, and I took the call and was asked by I would presume the operator at the White House if I would hold for the president, which I did, and Mr. Giuliani came on first, and niceties, then Mr. Trump, President Trump, then President Trump came on, and we initiated a conversation.
During that conversation, did you ask Mr. Giuliani for proof of these allegations of fraud that he was making?
On multiple occasions, yes.
And when you asked him for evidence of this fraud, what did he say?
He said that they did have proof, and I asked him, do you have names? For example, we have 200,000 illegal immigrants, some large number, 5,000 or 6,000 dead people, etc. And I said, do you have their names? Yes. Will you give them to me? Yes. The president interrupted and said, give the man what he needs, Rudy. He said, I will. And that happened on at least 2 occasions, that interchange in the conversation.
So Mr. Giuliani was claiming in the call that there were hundreds of thousands of undocumented people and thousands of dead people who had purportedly voted in the election?
Yes.
And you asked him for evidence of that?
I did.
And did you ever receive from him that evidence either during the call, after the call, or to this day?
Never.
All right, guys. So once again, that was just from a little bit earlier here today. I'm sure you can see there. We do have our committee members. They have come back into the chamber. Let's go ahead, listen in live on Unfiltered as they continue their hearing here for you on Capitol Hill.
The committee will be in order. President Trump's pressure campaign against state officials existed in all the key battleground states that he lost. But the former president had a particular obsession with Georgia. Here is the president on the afternoon of January 6th, after his own attorney general warned him that the claims you are about to hear are patently false.
They should find those votes. They should absolutely find that. Just over 11,000 votes, that's all we need. They defrauded us out of a win in Georgia, and we're not going to forget it.
So the state of Georgia is where we will turn our attention to next. I want to emphasize that our investigation into these issues is still ongoing, As I stated in our last hearing, if you have relevant information or documentary evidence to share with the Select Committee, we welcome your cooperation. But we will share some of our findings with you today. Secretary Ratzensberger, thank you for being here today. You've been a public servant in Georgia since 2015, serving first as a member of the Georgia House of Representatives, and then, since January 2019, as Georgia's Secretary of State. As a self-described conservative Republican, is it fair to say that you wanted President Trump to win the 2020 election?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Secretary, many witnesses have told the Select Committee that Election Day, November 3rd, 2020, was a largely uneventful day in their home states. In spite of the challenges of conducting an election during a pandemic, you wrote in the Washington Post that the election was, quote, successful. Tell us, what was your impression of how Election Day had proceeded in Georgia?
On Election Day in November, our election went remarkably smooth. In fact, we meet at the GEMA headquarters. That's the Georgia Energy Emergency Management Association meeting location, but we were following wait times in line. In the afternoon, our average wait time was 3 minutes statewide that we were recording for precincts, and it actually got down to 2 minutes. And at the end of the day, we felt that we had a successful election from the standpoint of the administration and the operation of the election.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Ratzensberger, did Joe Biden win the 2020 presidential election in Georgia, and by what margin?
President Biden carried the state of Georgia by approximately 12,000 votes.
And Mr. Secretary, as I understand it, your office took several steps to ensure the accuracy of the vote count in Georgia, reviewing the vote count in at least 3 different ways. These steps included a machine recount, a forensic audit, and a full hand recount of every one of the 5 million ballots cast. Did these efforts, including a recount of literally every ballot cast in the state of Georgia, confirm the result?
Yes, they did. We counted the ballots where the first tabulation would be scanned. Then when we did our 100% hand audit of the all 5 million ballots in the state of Georgia, all cast in place, all absentee ballots, they were all hand recounted, and they came remarkably close to the first count. And then upon the election being certified, President Trump, because he was within 0.5%, could ask for a recount. And then we recounted them again through the scanners, and we got remarkably the same count. 3 counts, all remarkably close, which showed that President Trump did come up short.
Nevertheless, as you will see, the president and his allies began making numerous false allegations of voter fraud, false allegations that you and Mr. Sterling, among others, had to address. Mr. Sterling, thank you also for being here today. Following the 2020 election, in addition to your normal duties, I understand that you became a spokesperson to try to combat disinformation about the election and the danger it was creating for elections officials, among others. In a December 1 press conference, you addressed some of your remarks directly to President Trump. Let's take a look at what you said that day.
Mr. President, it looks like you likely lost the state of Georgia. We're investigating. There's always a possibility. I get it. And you have the rights to go through the courts. What you don't have the ability to do, and you need to step up and say this, is stop inspiring people to commit potential acts of violence. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get killed. And it's not right. It's not right.
Mr. Sterling, what prompted you to make these remarks?
Mr. Schiff, we had a previously scheduled press conference that day, as we were in the habit of doing, trying to be as transparent as we could about the election and the counts going on. A little after lunch that day, lunchtime, I received a call from the project manager from Dominion Voting Systems, who was oddly, audibly shaken. She's not the kind of person I would assume would be that way. She has a master's from MIT, a graduate of the Naval Academy, and is very much on the ball and pretty unflappable. And she informed me about a young contractor they had who had been receiving threats from a video had been posted by some QAnon supporters. And at that point, we had been been steeping in this kind of stuff. So it was around us all the time. So I didn't take note of it more than adding to the pile of other stuff we were having to deal with. And I did pull up Twitter, and I scrolled through it, and I saw the young man's name. There was a particular tweet that, for lack of a better word, was a straw that broke the camel's back. Had the young man's name. It was a very unique name. I believe it was a first-generation American. And it said, had his name, "You committed treason. May God have mercy on your soul," with a slowly twisting gif of a noose. And for lack of a better word, I lost it. I just got irate. My boss was with me at the time, the Deputy Secretary, Jordan Fuchs, and she could tell that I was angry. I tend to turn red from here up when that happens, and that happened at that time. And she called Secretary Ratzensberger to say, "We're seeing these kind of threats, and Gabe thinks we need to say something about it." And the Secretary said yes, and that's what prompted me to do what I did. I lost my temper, but it seemed necessary at the time because it was just getting worse. And I could not tell you why that particular one was the one that put me over the edge, but it did.
Now, after you made this plea to the president, did Donald Trump urge his supporters to avoid the use of violence?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, as we know, the president was aware of your speech because he tweeted about it later that day. Let's take a look at what the president said. In the tweet, Donald Trump claims that there was, quote, "massive voter fraud in Georgia." Mr. Sterling, that was just plain false, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Nevertheless, the very next day, on December 2nd, President Trump released a lengthy video again making false claims of election fraud in Georgia. Let's take a look at what he said this time.
They found thousands and thousands of votes that were out of whack, all against me.
In fact, the day after Donald Trump released that video, so now we're talking just 2 days after the emotional warning that you gave that someone's going to get killed, representatives of President Trump appeared in Georgia, including Rudy Giuliani, and launched a new conspiracy theory that would take on a life of its own and threaten the lives of several innocent election workers. This story falsely alleges that sometime during election night, election workers at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, kicked out poll observers. After the observers left, the story goes, these workers pulled so-called suitcases of ballots from under a table and ran those ballots through counting machines multiple times. Completely without evidence, President Trump and his allies claimed that these suitcases contained as many as 18,000 ballots, all for Joe Biden. None of this was true. But Rudy Giuliani appeared before the Georgia State Senate and played a surveillance video from State Farm Arena, falsely claiming that it showed this conspiracy taking place. Here's a sample of what Mr. Giuliani had to say during that hearing.
And when you look at what you saw on the video, which to me was a smoking gun, powerful smoking gun, well, I don't have to be a genius to figure out what happened. And I don't have to be a genius to figure out that those votes are not legitimate votes. You don't put legitimate votes under a table.
No.
Wait until you throw the opposition out, and in the middle of the night, count them. We would have to be fools to think that.
President Trump's campaign amplified Giuliani's false testimony in a tweet, pushing out the video footage. Giuliani likewise pushed out his testimony on social media. As you can see in this tweet, Mr. Giuliani wrote that it was, quote, "now beyond doubt," unquote, that Fulton County Democrats had stolen the election. Later in this hearing, we'll hear directly from one of the election workers in this video about the effect these lies had on her and on her family. Mr. Sterling, did the investigators in your office review the entire surveillance tape from the State Farm Arena on election night?
They actually reviewed approximately 48 hours going over the time period where action was taking place at the counting center at State Farm Arena.
And what did the tape actually show?
Depending on which time you want to start, because as was mentioned, this conspiracy theory took on a life of its own, where they conflated a water main break that wasn't a water main break and throwing observers out and a series of other things. What it actually showed was Fulton County election workers engaging in normal ballot processing. One of the specific things one of the things that was very frustrating was the so-called suitcases of ballots from under the table. If you watch the entirety of the video, you saw that these were election workers who were under the impression they were going to get to go home around 10:30. People are putting on their coats. They're putting ballots that are prepared to be scanned into ballot carriers that are then sealed with tamper-proof seals so that they can, they're not messed with. It's an interesting thing because you watch there's 4 screens of the video, and as you're watching it, you can see the election monitors in the corner with the press as they're taking these ballot carriers and putting them under the table. You see it there. One of the other hidden ones, if you looked at the actual tape, was on the outside of the table, just from the camera angle. You couldn't see it originally. And this goes under the no good deed goes unpunished. We were told we were at GEMA, as the secretary pointed out, and we were told that it looked like they were shutting down the Fulton County counting. The secretary expressed some displeasure at that because we wanted to everybody keep counting so we could get to the results and know what was happening. So our elections director called their elections director, who was at another location because this was election day. There was 2 different places where ballot things were being done by the Fulton County office. So he called the elections director of Fulton, then called Ralph Jones, who was at the State Farm Arena, and said, "What the heck are you doing? Go ahead and stay." And as you watch the video itself, you see him take the phone call as people are putting things away and getting ready to leave. And you can tell for about 15, 20 seconds, he does not want to tell these people they have to stay. He walks over, he thinks about it for a second, you see him come back to the corner of a desk and kind of slumps his shoulders and says, "Okay, y'all, we got to keep on counting." And then you see him take their coats off, get the ballots out. And then a secondary thing that you'll see on there is you'll have people who are counting ballots who a batch will go through, they will take them off and run that through again. What happens there is a standard operating procedure. If there is a misscan, if there's a misalignment, if it doesn't read right, these are high-speed, high-capacity scanners. So 3 or 4 will go through after a misscan. You have to delete that batch and put it back through again. And by going through the hand tally, as the secretary pointed out, we showed that if there had been multiple ballots scanned without a corresponding physical ballot, your counts would have been a lot higher than the ballots themselves. And by doing the hand tally, we saw 2 specific numbers that were met. The hand tally got us to a 0.1053% off of the total votes cast and 0.0099% on the margin, which is essentially dead-on accurate. Most academic studies say on a hand tally you'll have between 1% and 2%, but because we use ballot marking devices where it's very clear what the voter intended, it made it a lot easier for us to conduct that hand count and show that none of that was true.
Now, I understand that when you reviewed these tapes and did the analysis, it disproved this conspiracy theory. But you still had to take a lot of steps to try to make sure the public knew the truth about these allegations. And you did frequent briefings for the press. Let's take a look at one of those press briefings, Mr. Sterling, that you held on December 7th to make the point that you just did today.
Move on to what I'm going to call Disinformation Monday. Out of the gate, many of y'all saw the videotape from State Farm Arena. I spent hours with our post-certified investigators, Justin Gray from WSB, spent hours with us going over this video to explain to people that what you saw, the secret suitcases with magic ballots, were actually ballots that had been packed into those absentee ballot carriers by the workers in plain view of the monitors and the press. And what's really frustrating is the president's attorneys had this same videotape. They saw the exact same things the rest of us could see, and they chose to mislead state senators and the public about what was on that video. I'm quite sure that they will not characterize the video if they try to enter into evidence, because that is the kind of thing that could lead to sanctions, because it's obviously untrue. They knew it was untrue, and they continue to do things like this.
Mr. Sterling, despite the efforts by your office to combat this misinformation by speaking out publicly and through local media, you were unable to match the reach of President Trump's platform and social media megaphone spreading these false conspiracy theories. What was it like to compete with a president who had the biggest bully pulpit in the world to push out these false claims?
For lack of a better word, it was frustrating, but oftentimes I felt our information was getting out, that there was a reticence of people who needed to believe it because the President of the United States, whom many looked up to and respected, was telling them it wasn't true, despite the facts. And I have characterized at one point it was kind of like a shovel trying to empty the ocean. And yes, it was frustrating. I even have family members who I had to argue with about some of these things, and I would show them things, and the problem you have is you're getting to people's hearts. I remember there's one specific, an attorney that we know that we showed and walked him through, this wasn't true. Okay, I get that. This wasn't true. Okay, I get that. This wasn't, 5 or 6 things. But at the end, he goes, I just know in my heart they cheated. That's just, and so once you get past the heart, the facts don't matter as much. And our job, from our point of view, is to get the facts out, do our job, tell the truth, follow the Constitution, follow the law, and defend the institutions, and the institutions held.
Let's take a look at what you were competing with. This is the former president speaking in Georgia on December 5th.
Evidence of fraud is overwhelming, and again, I'm going to ask you to look up at that very, very powerful and very expensive screen.
Hidden cases of possible ballots are rolled out from under a table. 4 people under a cloud of suspicion.
So, if you just take the crime of what those Democrat workers were doing, and by the way, there was no water main break. They said there was no water main break. That's 10 times more than I need to win this state. 10 times more. It's 10 times, maybe more than that, but it's 10 times more because we lost by a very close number.
In this committee's hearing last Monday, we heard from senior federal law enforcement officials, from the senior-most federal law enforcement official in Atlanta at the time, U.S. Attorney for the Northern District, B.J. Pack, as well as former Attorney General Bill Barr. They both testified that the allegations were thoroughly investigated and found to have no merit. Here is U.S. Attorney Pack.
To go to Attorney General Barr, I told him that we looked into it. We've done several things, including interviewing the witnesses. I listened to the tapes and reviewed the videotape myself, and that there was nothing there. Giuliani was wrong in representing that this was a suitcase full of ballots.
And here's what Attorney General Bill Barr had to say about the same allegations.
Took a hard look at this ourselves, and based on our review of it, including the interviews of the key witnesses, the Fulton County allegations had no merit.
We also have testimony from senior Department of Justice officials establishing that they specifically told President Trump that these allegations had been thoroughly investigated and were completely without merit. Here's Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue describing a phone conversation in which he specifically told President Trump that these allegations were false.
And kept fixating on this suitcase that supposedly had fraudulent ballots, and that the suitcase was rolled out from under the table. And I said, no, sir, there is no suitcase. You can watch that video over and over. There is no suitcase. There is a wheeled bin where they
carry the ballots. No matter how many times senior Department of Justice officials, including his own Attorney General, told the president that these allegations were not true, President Trump kept promoting these lies and putting pressure on state officials to accept them. On January 2nd, the president had a lengthy telephone conversation with Secretary Ratzensberger. Prior to the president's call, though, I want to share a bit of important context. First, the White House, including the former president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, repeatedly called or texted the secretary's office some 18 times in order to set up this call. They were quite persistent. Second, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows took the extraordinary step of showing up at a signature audit site in Georgia, where he met with Secretary Ratzensberger's chief investigator, Francis Watson, who was supervising that audit process. Behind me is a photograph from that visit. Third, the day after Meadows' Georgia visit, he set up a call between President Trump and Francis Watson. On the call between President Trump and Georgia investigator Francis Watson, the former president continued to push the false claim that he'd won the state of Georgia. Let's listen to that part of the conversation.
important job in the country right now, because if we win Georgia, first of all, if we win, you're going to have 2 wins. They're not going to win right now. They're down because the people of Georgia are so angry at what happened to me. They know I won by hundreds of thousands of votes. It wasn't close.
And in this next clip, he told this state law enforcement official that she'd be praised if she found the right answer.
Hopefully, I will. When the right answer comes out, you'll be praised. I mean, I don't know why. They made it so hard. They will be praised. People will say, "Great," because that's what it's about. That ability to check and to make it right. Because everyone knows it's wrong. There's just no way.
Mr. Ratzensberger, I know you weren't on this call, but that you have listened to it. President Trump didn't win by hundreds of thousands of votes in Georgia, did he?
No, he did not. I've been traveling through the state of Georgia for a year now, and simply put, in a nutshell, what happened in fall of 2020 is that 28,000 Georgians skipped the presidential race, and yet they voted down ballot in other races. And the Republican congressman ended up getting 33,000 more votes than President Trump, and that's why President Trump came up short.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The President on this call doesn't stop here. Let's listen to another part of the conversation between President Trump and Ms. Watson.
Anyway, but whatever you can do, Francis, it would be, it's a great thing. It's an important thing for the country. So important. You have no idea it's so important. Well, and I very much appreciate it.
Whatever you can do, Francis. This is the President of the United States calling an investigator looking into the election in which he is a candidate and asking her to do whatever you can do. Mr. Secretary, he placed this call to your chief investigator on September 23rd, 2020. The Select Committee has received text messages indicating that Mark Meadows wanted to send some of the investigators in her office, in the words of one White House aide, a shitload of POTUS stuff, including coins, actual autographed MAGA hats, etc. White House staff intervened to make sure that didn't happen. It was clear at the time of this call that the former president had his sights set on January 6th. Listen to this portion when he told Francis Watson about a very important date.
Do you think they'll be working after Christmas and keep it going fast? Because, we have that date of the 6th, which is a very important date.
That important date, of course, was the joint session of Congress, where Georgia's electoral votes would be counted for Joe Biden. A little over a week after this call to Francis Watson, the President was finally able to speak with you, Secretary Ratzensberger. Bear in mind, as we discuss this call today, that by this point in time, early January, the election in Georgia had already been certified. But perhaps more important, the President of the United States had already been told repeatedly by his own top Justice Department officials that the claims he was about to make to you about massive fraud in Georgia were completely false. Mr. Secretary, the call between you and the President lasted 67 minutes, over an hour. We obviously can't listen to the entire recording here today, although it is available on the Select Committee's website. But we'll listen to selected excerpts of it now so that we can get your insights. Let's begin with the President raising the thoroughly debunked allegations of suitcases of ballots.
In an official voter box, they were in what looked to be suitcases or trunks, suitcases, but they weren't in voter boxes. The minimum number it could be, because we watched it and they watched it certified in slow motion, instant replay, if you can believe it, but had slow motion and it was magnified many times over. And the minimum it was 18,000 ballots, all for Biden.
These are the allegations that the Department of Justice, the Attorney General, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and your office had all said were false. Is that right?
Correct. And even more importantly, when B.J. Pack resigned as U.S. Attorney of the Northern District, President Trump appointed as acting U.S. Attorney of the Northern District Bobby Christine. And Bobby Christine looked at that, and he was quoted in the AJC that he found nothing, and he dismissed that case early also.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The President references suitcases or trunks. Mr. Sterling, were the objects seen in these videos suitcases or trunks, or were they just the ordinary containers that are used by election workers?
They're standard ballot carriers that allow for seals to be put on them so they're tamper-proof.
And finally, the president claims that there was a minimum of 18,000 ballots somehow smuggled in, all for Biden. I take it, gentlemen, that was also categorically false?
There's no physical way he can know who those ballots were for, but secondarily, Fulton County for years has been an issue in our state when it comes to elections. So they had a very difficult time during the primary, in large part because of COVID. So we had put them under a consent decree the secretary got negotiated where we had a monitor on site. And his name is Carter Jones. And he took a notation. He had gone from State Farm to the English Street warehouse to look at election day activities. But before he left the State Farm Arena, he noted how many ballots had been counted on each one of the machines. And when he came back after we found out they were working again, he took note again when they closed. And I believe the final number was something around 8,900 total ballots were scanned from the time he left to the time about 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning. So way below 18,000.
Let's play the next clip.
I heard it was close. I said, there's no way. But they dropped a lot of votes in there late at night. You know that, Brett.
Mr. Secretary, did somebody drop a lot of votes there late at night?
No. I believe that the president was referring to some of the counties when they would upload, but the ballots had all been accepted and had to be accepted by state law by 7 p.m. So there were no additional ballots accepted after 7 p.m.
Let's play the next clip in which the president makes claims about so-called dead voters.
The other thing, dead people. So dead people voted. And I think the number is in the close to 5,000 people. And they went to obituaries, they went to all sorts of methods to come up with an accurate number, and a minimum is close to about 5,000 voters.
Mr. Secretary, did your office investigate whether those allegations were accurate? Did 5,000 dead people in Georgia vote?
No, it's not accurate. And actually, in their lawsuits, they allege 10,315 dead people. We found 2 dead people when I wrote my letter to Congress that's dated January 6th. And subsequent to that, we found 2 more. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 people, not 4,000, but just a total of 4, not 10,000, not 5,000.
Let's play the next clip.
And there's nothing wrong with saying that, you know, that you've recalculated, because the 2,236 and absentee ballots, I mean, they're all exact numbers that were done by accounting firms, law firms, etc. And even if you cut them in half, cut them in half, and cut them in half again, it's more votes than we need.
Mr. Secretary, is there any way that you could have lawfully changed the result in the state of Georgia and somehow explained it away as a recalculation?
No, the numbers are the numbers. The numbers don't lie. We had many allegations, and we investigated every single one of them. In fact, I challenged my team, did we miss anything? They said that there was over 66,000 underage voters. We found that there's actually 0. You can register to vote in Georgia. When you're 17 and a half, you have to be 18 by election day. We checked that out, every single voter. They said that there was 2,423 non-registered voters. There were 0. They said that there was 2,056 felons. We identified less than 74 or less that were actually still in felony sentence. Every single allegation we checked. We ran down the rabbit trail to make sure that our numbers were accurate.
So there's no way you could have recalculated it except by fudging the numbers?
The numbers were the numbers, and we could not recalculate because we had made sure that we had checked every single allegation. And we had many investigations. We had nearly 300 from the 2020 election.
Mr. Secretary, you tried to push back when the president made these unsupported claims, whether they were about suitcases of ballots or that Biden votes were counted 3 times. Let's play the next clip.
President, they did not put that. We did an audit of that, and we proved conclusively that they were not scanned 3 times. Yeah, Mr. President, we'll send you the link from WSB that doesn't.
I don't care about a link. I don't need it. I have a much better link.
You told the president you would send him a link from WSB, which I understand is a local television station that had unedited video from the State Farm Arena. But the president wasn't interested in that. He said he had a much better link. Mr. Secretary, at the time that you were on the call with the president, as we have shown, both the FBI and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation have proven these claims to be nonsense. And you told him about these investigations on the phone. Let's listen to what President Trump had to say about the state and federal law enforcement officers who investigated these false claims.
There's no way they could find, then they're incompetent. They're either dishonest or incompetent, okay? There's only two answers, dishonesty or incompetence. There's just no way. Look, there's no way.
But the president didn't stop at insinuating that law enforcement officers were either dishonest or incompetent. He went on to suggest that you could be subject to criminal liability for your role in the matter. Before I play that portion of the conversation, I'd like to show you something that the president retweeted a couple weeks before your call with him. Here's the president retweeting a post from one of his allies, a lawyer who was later sanctioned by a judge in Michigan for making false claims of election fraud. Let's take a look at that tweet. The tweet read, quote, "President Trump, @real Donald Trump, is a genuinely good man. He does not really like to fire people. I bet he dislikes putting people in jail, especially, quote unquote, Republicans. He gave @Brian Kemp, Georgia, and @Georgia Secretary of State every chance to get it right. They refused. They will soon be going to jail." So on your call, this was not the first time the president was suggesting you might be criminally liable. With that, let's listen to this portion of the call.
I think you're going to find that they are shredding ballots because they have to get rid of the ballots because the ballots are unsigned. The ballots are corrupt. And they're brand new and they don't have seals. And there's a whole thing with the ballots, but the ballots are corrupt. And you're going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal offense. And you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk.
Secretary Ratzensberger, after making a false claim about shredding of ballots, the president suggested that you may be committing a crime by not going along with his claims of election fraud. And after suggesting that you might have criminal exposure, President Trump makes his most explicit ask of the call. Let's play a part of that conversation.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
Mr. Secretary, was the president here asking you for exactly what he wanted? One more vote than his opponent.
What I knew is that we didn't have any votes to find. We had continued to look. We investigated, like I just shared the numbers with you. There were no votes to find. That was an accurate count that had been certified. And as our general counsel said, there was no shredding of ballots.
Mr. Secretary, after making this request, the president then goes back to the danger of having you deny these allegations of fraud. Let's listen to that part of the clip.
And I watched you this morning and you said, well, there was no criminality, but I mean, all of this stuff is very dangerous stuff. When you talk about no criminality, I think it's very dangerous for you to say that.
Secretary Ratzensberger, you wrote about this in your book, and you said, quote, "I felt then and still believe today that this was a threat. Others obviously thought so too, because some of Trump's more radical followers have responded as if it was their duty to carry out this threat. Please tell us what you, your wife, even your daughter-in-law experienced regarding threats from Trump's more radical followers."
Well, after the election, my email, my cell phone was doxxed, and so I was getting text all over the country, and then eventually my wife started getting the text, and hers typically came in as sexualized texts, which were disgusting. You have to understand that Trish and I, we met in high school, and we've been married over 40 years now, and so they started going after her, I think, just to probably put pressure on me. Why don't you just quit, walk away? And so that happened, and then some people broke into my daughter-in-law's home, And my son has passed, and she's a widow and has 2 kids. And so we're very concerned about her safety also.
And Mr. Secretary, why didn't you just quit and walk away?
Because I knew that we had followed the law and we had followed the Constitution. And I think sometimes moments require you to stand up and just take the shots when you're doing your job. And that's all we did. You know, we just followed the law and we followed the Constitution. And at the end of the day, President Trump came up short. But I had to be faithful to the Constitution. And that's what I swore an oath to do.
During the remainder of the call, the former president continued to press you to find the remaining votes that would ensure his victory in Georgia. Let's listen to a little more.
Why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad, instead of keep saying that the numbers are right? So look, can you get together tomorrow? And Brad, we just want the truth. It's simple. And everyone's going to look very good if the truth comes out. It's okay. It takes a little while, but let the truth come out. And the real truth is I won by 400,000 votes, at least. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
4 days after the president's call to Secretary Ratzensberger was January 6th. The president whipped up the crowd in front of the ellipse, once again promoting the allegation that Secretary Ratzensberger, the president's own attorney general, had told him was false. Here he is on the ellipse.
In Fulton County, Republican poll watchers were ejected, in some cases physically, from the room under the false pretense of a pipe burst, water main burst, everybody leave, which we now know was a total lie. Then election officials pulled boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table, you all saw it on television, totally fraudulent, and illegally scanned them for nearly 2 hours, totally unsupervised. Tens of thousands of votes. This act coincided with a mysterious vote dump of up to 100,000 votes for Joe Biden, almost none for Trump. Oh, that sounds fair. That was at 1:34 a.m.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Sterling, I want to thank you for your service to the state of Georgia and to the country. Speaker Bowers, likewise, I want to thank you for your service to the state of Arizona and to the country. You have served not only your home states, but our nation and our democracy. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Schiff. I thank the witnesses for joining us today. You are now dismissed. I now welcome our final witness this afternoon. Andrea Shea Moss. Ms. Moss worked in the Department of Registration and Elections in Fulton County, Georgia, from 2017 until 2022. In that job, Ms. Moss handled voter applications and absentee ballot requests and also helped to process the vote count for several elections. In December 2020, Ms. Moss and her mother, Ms. Ruby Freeman, became the target of nasty lies spread by President Trump and his allies as they sought to overturn the election results in Georgia. Ms. Moss and her mother, Ms. Freeman, are two of the unsung heroes in this country, doing the hard work of keeping our democracy functioning for every American. Ms. Moss, welcome. Thank you for your service, and I thank you for being here today. I will now swear you in. Please stand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect that the witness answered in the affirmative. Ms. Moss, thank you very much for being here today. I understand that you are here along with your mother today. Would you like to introduce your mama? Hi, Mom. Ms. Moss, today we'll be asking you about some of the threats that you received following the 2020 election. Since you've been an election worker for over 10 years, I want to ask you, in your decade of service, had you ever experienced threats like these before? Don't be nervous. Just, I understand. So, and I want to make sure that the record reflects that you've done it for quite a while and you never received a threat, and your answer was no. Thank you. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of the House Resolution 503, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moss. Thank you for being here. I understand that you were employed by the Fulton County Registration and Elections Department for more than 10 years, and I understand that you love that job. Please tell us what made you so fond of the work that you did.
Well, I've always been told by my grandmother how important it is to vote, and how people before me, a lot of people, older people in my family, did not have that right. So what I loved most about my job were the older voters. Younger people could usually do everything from their phone or go online, but the older voters like to call, they like to talk to you, they like to get my card, they like to know that every election I'm here. And like even college students, a lot of parents trust in me to make sure their child does not have to drive home. They'll get an absentee ballot, they can vote, and I really found pleasure in that. I liked being the one that, you know, if someone can't navigate my voter page, or, you know, they want a new precinct card and they don't have a copy machine or a computer or all of that, I could put it in the mail for them. I was excited always about sending out all the absentee ballots for the elderly and disabled people. I even remember driving to an hospital to give someone her absentee application. That's what I love the most.
So you really enjoyed helping people vote and participate, and that was something, the right to vote, that your grandmother taught you was precious.
Yes.
Well, I know the events that we're here to talk about today are incredibly difficult to relive. Your proud service as an election worker took a dramatic turn on the day that Rudy Giuliani publicized a video of you and your mother counting ballots on election night. President Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and others claimed on the basis of this video that you and your mother were somehow involved in a plot to kick out observers, bring suitcases of false ballots for Biden into the arena, and then run them through the machines multiple times. None of that was true, was it?
None of it.
I'd like to show you some of the statements that Rudy Giuliani made in a second hearing before the Georgia state legislators, a week after that video clip from State Farm Arena was first circulated by Mr. Giuliani and President Trump. I want to advise viewers that these statements are completely false and also deeply disturbing.
Tape earlier in the day of Ruby Freeman and Shea Freeman Moss and one other gentleman quite obviously surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine. I mean, it's obvious to anyone who's a criminal investigator or prosecutor they are engaged in surreptitious illegal activity again that day. And that's a week ago, and they're still walking around Georgia lying. They should have been questioned already. Their places of work, their homes should have been searched for evidence of ballots, for evidence of USB ports, for evidence of voter fraud.
That video was from Rudy Giuliani's appearance at a Georgia State Senate hearing on December 10. How did you first become aware that Rudy Giuliani, the president's lawyer, was accusing you and your mother of a crime?
I was at work, like always, and the former chief, Mr. Jones, asked me to come to his office. And when I went to his office, the former director, Mr. Barron, was in there, and they showed me a video on their computer. It was just like a very short clip of us working at State Farm, and it had someone on the video like talking over the video, just saying that we were doing things that we weren't supposed to do, just lying throughout the video. And that's when I first found out about it.
And were there social media posts that they showed you responding to those false claims?
Well, when I saw the video, of course, the first thing that I said was like, why? Why are they doing this? What's going on? And they, just told me that Trump and his allies were not satisfied with the outcome of the election, and they were getting a lot of threats and being harassed online, and asked me, have I been receiving anything, and I need to check on my mom. And I told them, I was like, where have they, where have you been getting these threats? I don't believe I have any. And Mr. Jones told me, like, they're attacking his Facebook, and I don't really use Facebook. I have one, so I went to the Facebook app, and I'm just kind of panicky at this point because this has never happened to me, and my mom is involved, and I'm like her only child. So I'm just asking him, like, well, where are the messages? All I see is the feeds. Like, how do you get to the messages? And he said, it's another icon on your phone that says Messenger. And I went to that icon, and it was just a lot of horrible things there.
And those horrible things, did they include threats?
Yes, a lot of threats, wishing death upon me, telling me that, I'll be in jail with my mother, and saying things like, be glad it's 2020 and not 1920.
Were a lot of these threats and vile comments racist in nature?
A lot of them were racist. A lot of them were just hateful. Yes, sir.
In one of the videos we just watched, Mr. Giuliani accused you and your mother of passing some sort of USB drive to each other. What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint.
It wasn't just Rudy Giuliani. We heard President Trump make these false allegations repeatedly during his call with Secretary Ratzensberger. Let's listen to a portion of what he had to say about you and your mother.
We had at least 18,000, that's on tape. We had them counted very painstakingly, 18,000 voters having to do with Ruby Freeman. She's a vote scammer, a professional vote scammer and hustler.
Donald Trump attacked you and your mother using her name 18 times on that call. 18 times. Ms. Moss, can you describe what you experienced listening to former President Trump attack you and your mother in a call with the Georgia Secretary of State?
I felt horrible. I felt like it was all my fault. Like, if I would have never decided to be an elections worker, like, I could have done anything else, but that's what I decided to do. And now people are lying and spreading rumors and lies and attacking my mom. I'm her only child. Going to my grandmother's house. I'm her only grandchild. And my kid. It's just, I felt so bad. I just felt bad for my mom, and I felt horrible for picking this job and being the one that always wants to help and always there, and never missing out one election. I just felt like it was my fault for putting my family in this situation.
Well, it wasn't your fault. Your mother was kind enough to come speak with us earlier. Let's listen to her story in her words.
My name is Ruby Freeman. I've always believed that when God says that he'll make your name great, but this is not the way it was supposed to be. I could have never imagined the events that followed the presidential election 2020. For my entire professional life, I was Lady Ruby. My community in Georgia, where I was born and lived my whole life, knew me as Lady Ruby. I built my own business around that name, La Ruby's Unique Treasures, a pop-up shop catering to ladies with unique fashions. I wore a shirt that proudly proclaimed that I was, and I am, Lady Ruby. Actually, I had that shirt on. I had that shirt in every color. I wore that shirt on Election Day 2020. I haven't worn it since, and I'll never wear it again. Now I won't even introduce myself by my name anymore. I get nervous when I bump into someone I know in the grocery store who says my name. I'm worried about who's listening. I get nervous when I have to give my name for food orders. I'm always concerned of who's around me. I've lost my name, and I've lost my reputation. I've lost my sense of security, all because a group of people, starting with number 45 and his ally, Rudy Giuliani, decided to scapegoat me and my daughter, Shea, to push their own lies about how the presidential election was stolen.
Ms. Moss, how has this experience of being targeted by the former president and his allies affected your life?
It's turned my life upside down. I no longer give out my business card. I don't transfer calls. I don't want anyone knowing my name. I don't want to go anywhere with my mom because she might yell my name out over the grocery aisle or something. I don't go to the grocery store at all. I haven't been anywhere at all. I've gained about 60 pounds. I just don't do nothing anymore. I don't want to go anywhere. I second guess everything that I do. It's affecting my life in a major way, in every way. All because of lies. For me doing my job, same thing I've been doing forever.
Your mother also told the select committee about how she had to leave her own home for her safety and go into hiding after the FBI told her that it would not be safe for her there before January 6th and until the inauguration. Let's listen to a clip of her story in her own words.
Around the week of January 6th, the FBI informed me that I needed to leave my home for safety. And I left my home for safety around that time.
Understood. How long did you stay out? Did you remain outside of your home for your own safety?
I stayed away from my home for approximately 2 months. It was horrible. I felt homeless. I felt, I can't believe this person has caused this much damage to me and my family. To have to leave my home, that I've lived there for 21 years. And, I'm having to have my neighbors watch out for me, and I have to go and stay with somebody. It was hard. It was horrible.
And that your conversation with the FBI about needing to leave your home for your own safety, or perhaps recommending it, do you remember, was there a specific threat that prompted that, or was it the accumulation of threats that you had received?
What prompted it was getting ready to, January 6th was about to come, and they did not want me to be at home because of all the threats and everything that I had gotten. They didn't want me to be there in fear of, the people were coming to my home, and I had a lot of that, so they didn't want me to be there just in case something happened. I asked, how long am I going to have to be at home? And they said, at least until the inauguration.
Ms. Moss, I understand that people once showed up at your grandmother's house. Tell us about that experience.
I received a call from my grandmother. This woman is my everything. I've never even heard her or seen her cry ever in my life. And she called me screaming at the top of her lungs, like, Shea, oh my God, Shea, just freaking me out, saying that there were people at her home, and they, they knocked on the door, and of course she opened it and seeing who was there, who it was, and they just started pushing their way through, claiming that they were coming in to make a citizen's arrest. They needed to find me and my mom. They knew we were there. And she was just screaming and didn't know what to do. And I wasn't there, so, I just felt so helpless and so horrible for her. And she was just screaming. I told her to close the door. Don't open the door for anyone. And, she's a 70-something, I won't say, year-old woman, and she doesn't like having restrictions. She wants to answer the door. She likes to get her steps in, walking around the neighborhood, and I had to tell her, like, you can't do that. You have to be safe. She would tell me that at night, people would just continuously send pizzas over and over to her home, and they were expecting her to pay for these large amounts of pizzas, and she went through a lot that she didn't have to, And once again, it made me just feel so horrible.
In addition to the personal impact this experience has had on you and your family, one of the things that I find most disturbing is how these lies discourage longtime election workers from continuing to do this important work. Tell us, if you would, of the other election workers shown in that State Farm Arena video and their supervisors. How many are still election workers in Fulton County?
There is no permanent election worker or supervisor in that video that's still there.
And did you end up leaving your position as well?
Yes, I left.
Ms. Moss, I want to thank you for coming in to speak with us and to thank you for your service to our democracy. What we have just played is a truly horrible and appalling sample, but just a sample of the things that were said about you and your mother following the election. I want to say how very sorry I think we all are for what you've gone through, and tragically, you're not alone. Other election workers around the country have also been the subject of lies and threats. No election worker should be subject to such heinous treatment just for doing their job. With your permission, I would like to give your mother the last word.
Yes.
We're just going to play the tape.
There is nowhere I feel safe. Nowhere. Do you know how it feels to have the President of the United States to target you? The President of the United States is supposed to represent every American, not to target one, but he targeted me, Lady Rudy, a small business owner, a mother, a proud American citizen who stand up to help Fulton County run an election in the middle of the pandemic.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. Thank you, Ms. Freeman, or as America now knows her, Lady Ruby, for your service to Fulton County, Georgia, our country, and our democracy. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Schiff. Ms. Moss?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for sharing with us the very troubling story of what you and your mother experienced. The harassment of election workers like you simply for doing your duty as public servants poses a threat to our democratic process. Your testimony is an important contribution to the work of our committee and serves as a reminder to all of us that the safety of local election officials is vital to ensuring that our elections are always free and fair. I want to thank our witness for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witness, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witness. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for a closing statement.
For more than 200 years, our democracy has been distinguished by the peaceful transfer of power. When an American raises their right hand and takes the presidential oath of office, they are transformed from an ordinary citizen into the most powerful person in the world, the president. This is an awesome power to acquire. It is even more awesome when it is handed on peacefully. When George Washington relinquished the office of the presidency, it set a precedent that served as a beacon for other nations struggling against tyranny. When Ronald Reagan described it as a kind of miracle in the eyes of the world, he was exactly right. Other countries use violence to seize and hold power, but not in the United States, not in America. When Donald Trump used the power of the presidency to try to stay in office after losing the election to Joe Biden, he broke that sacred and centuries-old covenant. Whether his actions were criminal will ultimately be for others to decide. But what he did was, without a doubt, unconstitutional. it was unpatriotic, and it was fundamentally un-American. And when he used the power of his presidency to put the enormous pressure on state, local, and local elections officials and his own vice president, it became downright dangerous. On January 6th, that pressure became deadly. Ruby Freeman said the president is supposed to protect every American, not target them. And she is right. If the most powerful person in the world can bring the full weight of the presidency down on an ordinary citizen who is merely doing her job with a lie as big and heavy as a mountain, who among us is safe? None of us is. None of us. In city councils and town councils, on school boards and election boards, from the Congress to the courts, dedicated public servants are leaving their posts because of death threats to them and to their families. This is not who we are. It must not become who we are. Our democracy held because courageous people like those you heard from today put their oath to the Constitution above their loyalty to one man or to one party. The system held, but barely, and the question remains, will it hold again? If we are able to communicate anything during these hearings, I hope it is this. We have been blessed beyond measure to live in the world's greatest democracy. That is a legacy to be proud of and to cherish, but it is not one to be taken for granted. That we have lived in a democracy for more than 200 years does not mean we shall do so tomorrow. We must reject violence. We must embrace our Constitution with the reverence it deserves, take our oath of office and duties as citizens seriously, informed by the knowledge of right and wrong, and armed with no more than the power of our ideas and the truth, carry on this venerable experiment in self-governance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Lady Ruby and Shea, thank you for your courage. Thank you for your strength. Thank you for being here today. It means so much for everyone to hear your story, so thank you for that. We have had tremendous testimony today. We've been reminded that we're a nation of laws, and we've been reminded by you and by Speaker Bowers and Secretary of State Ratzensberger and Mr. Sterling that our institutions don't defend themselves. Individuals do that. And we reminded that it takes public servants. It takes people who've made a commitment to our system to defend our system. We also have been reminded what it means to take an oath under God to the Constitution, what it means to defend the Constitution. And we were reminded by Speaker Bowers that our Constitution is indeed a divinely inspired document. And so it's been an honor to spend time with you and with our previous witnesses here today. To date, more than 30 witnesses called before this committee have not done what you've done, but have invoked their Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination. Roger Stone took the Fifth, General Michael Flynn took the Fifth, John Eastman took the Fifth. Others, like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, simply refused to comply with lawful subpoenas, and they have been indicted. Mark Meadows has hidden behind President Trump's claims of executive privilege and immunity from subpoenas. We're engaged now in litigation with Mr. Meadows. The American people in our hearings have heard from Bill Barr, Jeff Rosen, Richard Donahue, and many others who stood up and did what is right. And they will hear more of that testimony soon. But the American people have not yet heard from Mr. Trump's former White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. Our committee is certain that Donald Trump does not want Mr. Cipollone to testify here. Indeed, our evidence shows that Mr. Cipollone and his office tried to do what was right. They tried to stop a number of President Trump's plans for January 6th. Today, and in our coming hearings, you will hear testimony from other Trump White House staff explaining what Mr. Cipollone said and did, including on January 6th. But we think the American people deserve to hear from Mr. Cipollone personally. He should appear before this committee, and we are working to secure his testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
People answer the call to public service in such different ways. Some run for office. Some volunteer to make sure their neighbors can get to their voting locations. Some work at polling sites to help election day go smoothly. Some look into problems to guarantee our elections are secure and accurate, just to name a few. As I mentioned at the start of this hearing, when we talk about our democratic institutions, we're talking about these individuals and many others who do these jobs across the country. They represent the backbone of our democracy at its most important moments, when the citizens cast their votes and when those votes are counted. We've heard the stories of their courage. They've earned the thanks of a grateful nation. But for Donald Trump, these witnesses and others like them were another roadblock to his attempt to cling to power. On Thursday, we'll hear about another part of that scheme, his attempt to corrupt the country's top law enforcement body, the Justice Department, to support his attempt to overturn the election. Just as we heard today that Donald Trump was deeply involved in a scheme to pressure state officials to overturn the election results, we will hear on Thursday that Donald Trump was also the driving force behind the effort to corrupt the Justice Department. Listen to this clip from the former acting Attorney General, Richard Donahue.
The president said, suppose I do this, suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What do you do? And I said, sir, I would resign immediately. There is no way I'm serving 1 minute under this guy, Jeff Clark.
You'll hear from Mr. Donahue in person on Thursday as my colleague, Mr. Kinzinger, presents details about this plan. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
There we have it for today's hearing, going over just a little over 2.5 hours as we were learning a lot about the evidence that the Select Committee was showcasing, talking about the pressure campaign that they felt that President Trump did to election officials, not only in Georgia, but Arizona as well. You're taking a live look right now as we are looking at the Select Committee leave right now, as the witnesses are leaving as well, people going up to them as well. So what we will do here is what we do here normally after every main hearing. What we'll do is see if there are any members of the Select Committee that will be speaking to the media, and if that happens, of course, we will break in right here on Live Now from Fox. What we'll do is take a quick 2-minute break right now, and I just want to play out some of the highlights that were from today's hearing. And of course, if any members of the Select Committee talk to the media, we'll break in and bring that to you, of course, live right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break right here. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. You're watching right here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as the January 6th committee wrapping up for the day on their hearing, going a little bit over 2.5 hours today. The next one will be happening on Thursday of this week, and it will happen at 1 p.m. Eastern. Of course, we will have the coverage for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, in case there are any members of the Select Committee talking to the media that just end it. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, but I do want to go out to just some of the many highlights that came about today. And we're talking about the pressure campaign from President Trump to some of the election officials in Georgia and Arizona. And really, the Trump campaign coming up with the notion that they could put fake electors to replace the current slate of electors in those states that were in question, like Georgia, like Wisconsin, like Arizona. So let's just listen to some of those highlights right here on Live Now from Fox.
Even more deeply at the fake electors scheme. Every 4 years, citizens from all over the United States go to the polls to elect their president. Under our Constitution, when we cast our votes for president, we are actually voting to send electors pledged to our preferred candidate to the Electoral College. In December, the electors in each state meet, cast their votes, and send those votes to Washington. There is only one legitimate slate of electors from each state. On the 6th day of January, Congress meets in a joint session to count those votes, and the winner of the Electoral College vote becomes the president. In this next segment, you'll hear how President Trump and his campaign were directly involved in advancing and coordinating the plot to replace legitimate Biden electors with fake electors not chosen by the voters. You'll hear how this campaign convinced these fake electors to cast and submit their votes through fake certificates, telling them that their votes would only be used in the event that President Trump won his legal challenges. Yet when the president lost those legal challenges, when courts rejected them as frivolous and without merit, the fake elector scheme continued. At this point, President Trump's own lawyers, so-called Team Normal, walked away rather than participate in the plan. And his own White House counsel's office said that the plan was not legally sound. Let's play the following video produced by the Select Committee.
My name is Casey Lucier. I'm an investigative counsel for the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. On November 18th, a lawyer working with the Trump campaign named Kenneth Cheesebro wrote a memo arguing that the Trump campaign should organize its own electors in the swing states that President Trump had lost. The Select Committee received testimony that those close to President Trump began planning to organize fake electors for Trump in states that Biden won in the weeks after the election.
Who do you remember being involved in those early discussions around the Thanksgiving time regarding having alternate electors meet?
Mr. Giuliani, several of Mr. Giuliani's associates, Mr. Meadows, members of Congress, although it's difficult to distinguish if the members that I'm thinking of were involved during Thanksgiving or if they were involved as we progress through December.
At the president's direct request, the RNC assisted the campaign in coordinating this effort.
What did the president say when he called you?
Essentially, he turned the call over to Mr. Eastman, who then proceeded to talk about the importance of the RNC helping the campaign gather these contingent electors in case any of the legal challenges that were ongoing changed the result of any of the states. I think more just helping them reach out and assemble them. But my understanding is the campaign did take the lead, and we just were helping them in that role.
As President Trump and his supporters continued to lose lawsuits, some campaign lawyers became convinced that convening electors in states that Trump lost was no longer appropriate.
I just remember I either replied or called somebody saying, unless we have litigation pending that's like in these states, like, I don't think this is appropriate, or, you know, this isn't the right thing to do. I don't remember how I phrased it, but and I got into a little bit of a back and forth, and I think it was with Ken Cheesebro, where I said, all right, you know, I mean, you just get after it. Like, I'm out.
At that point, I had Josh Finley email Mr. Chesbro politely to say, this is your task. You are responsible for the Electoral College issues moving forward. And this was my way of taking that responsibility to zero.
The committee learned the White House counsel's office also felt the plan was potentially illegal.
And so to be clear, did you hear the White House counsel's office say that this plan to have alternate electors meet and cast votes for Donald Trump in states that he had lost was not legally sound?
Yes, sir.
And who was present for that meeting that you remember?
It was in our office. It was Mr. Meadows, Mr. Giuliani, and a few of Mr. Giuliani's associates.
The Select Committee interviewed several of the individual fake electors, as well as Trump campaign staff who helped organize the effort.
We were just, kind of useful idiots or rubes at that point. A strong part of me really feels that it's just kind of as the road continued and as that was failure, that got formulated as what do we have on the table? Let's just do it.
And now, after what we've told you today about the Select Committee's investigation, about the conclusion of the professional lawyers on the campaign staff, Justin Clark, Matt Morgan, and Josh Finley, about their unwillingness to participate in the convening of these electors, how does that contribute to your understanding of these issues?
I'm angry. Because I think in a sense, no one really cared if people were potentially putting themselves in jeopardy.
Would you have not wanted to participate in this any further as well?
I absolutely would not have. Had I known that the three main lawyers for the campaign that I've spoken to in the past and were leading up were not on board. Yeah.
I was told that these would only count if a court ruled in our favor. So that would have been using our electors, it would have been using our electors in ways that we weren't told about, and we wouldn't have supported.
Documents obtained by the Select Committee indicate that instructions were given to the electors in several states that they needed to cast their ballots in complete secrecy. Because this scheme involved fake electors, those participating in certain states had no way to comply with state election laws, like where the electors were supposed to meet. One group of fake electors even considered hiding overnight to ensure that they could access the state capitol, as required in Michigan.
Did Mr. Norton say who he was working with at all on this effort to have electors meet?
He said he was working with the president's campaign. He told me that the Michigan Republican electors were planning to meet in the Capitol and hide overnight so that they could fulfill the role of casting their vote per law in the Michigan chambers. And I told him in no uncertain terms that that was insane and inappropriate.
In one state, the fake electors even asked for a promise that the campaign would pay their legal fees if they got sued or charged with a crime. Ultimately, fake electors did meet on December 14th, 2020 in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Mexico, Nevada, and Wisconsin. At the request of the Trump campaign, the electors from these battleground states signed documents falsely asserting that they were the, quote, duly elected electors from their state, and submitted them to the National Archives and to Vice President Pence in his capacity as President of the Senate. Here is what some of the fake elector certificates look like as compared to the real ones. But these ballots had no legal effect. In an email produced to the Select Committee, Dr. Eastman told a Trump campaign representative that it did not matter that the electors had not been approved by a state authority. Quote, the fact that we have multiple slates of electors demonstrates the uncertainty of either. That should be enough. He urged that Pence act boldly and be challenged. Documents produced to the Select Committee show that the Trump campaign took steps to ensure that the physical copies of the fake electors' electoral votes from 2 states were delivered to Washington for January 6th. Text messages exchanged between Republican Party officials in Wisconsin show that on January 4th, the Trump campaign asked for someone to fly their fake electors' documents to Washington. A staffer for Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson texted a staffer for Vice President Pence just minutes before the beginning of the joint session. This staffer stated that Senator Johnson wished to hand-deliver to the Vice President the fake...
All right, everybody, we are now going to go out to Adam Schiff here on the Select Committee, speaking to the media after today's hearing.
I thought the testimony today was enormously powerful. We had, I think, good illustrations of the courageous public servants who stood up to the President of the United States, from Republican speakers of the House of Representatives in Arizona to the Secretary of State of Georgia to election workers whose lives were the subject of the most gruesome threats and were really upended. And I'm glad the American people got to see these courageous public servants, but also I'm glad they got to see the danger that the president's lies put elected officials in all around the country.
The committee showed this phone call between Ronna McDaniel and in the committee. She's talking about a phone call with Donald Trump about his push to name an alternate slate of electors. Does the committee have any other evidence showing Donald Trump's direct involvement in trying to name those so-called fake electors?
I'm not going to comment on the evidence beyond what we submitted today, but what people need to understand is this elector plot was illegitimate from the start. It was all premised on a big lie about the election, a big lie that there was massive fraud. As Speaker Bowers testified, they were never presented with any evidence of this. And as Secretary Ratzensberger testified, all of the claims that the president was making vis-a-vis the fraud in Georgia were simply false. So it was all built on the same big lie. And the idea that you could convene state legislatures or operate in the absence of state legislatures and appoint electors on the basis of a big lie was fraudulent and illegitimate from the start.
Today we saw another example of a member of Congress's involvement with the former president's efforts to overturn the election. Congressman Biggs has been mentioned in Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony and Ali Alexander's testimony. You had a detail in an earlier hearing about Scott Perry trying to secure a pardon from the White House. At what point are we going to see the committee try to do a little more enforcement of the subpoenas of the 5 House Republicans that you've sent out? And is contempt still something that's on the table for those 5 Republicans?
Well, at the end of the day, we're dependent on the Justice Department if we move down the route with any witness of criminal contempt. So we continue to consider what remedies we have with any recalcitrant witnesses, including members of the House of Representatives, and I don't have anything to announce on that subject today. But again, I want to bring our focus back to what we just heard.
That was Representative Adam Schiff there on the Select Committee for the January 6th riot investigation there. The hearing wrapping up today and speaking to the media, giving a preview of what's to come this Thursday here. And we will feature it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. 1 p.m. Eastern is when it starts again. I want to go out now to the White House. We do have President Biden making remarks here on COVID kid vaccines here, as now COVID-19 vaccines for children under 5 are now available. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
We're stepping up each and every day. And we met with families of young children, and there were about, 17, 18 families there waiting for their vaccine shots or have just gotten their vaccine shots. And finally, COVID-19 vaccinations for children over 5 years of age. Finally, some peace of mind. This is, I should say, under 5 years. We have them over 5 years, but over 5 months to 6 months to 5 years. And this is a very historic milestone. A monumental step forward. The United States is now the first country in the world to offer safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines for children as young as 6 months old. And the first time in our fight against this pandemic, nearly every American can now have access to life-saving vaccines. And we're ready. My administration, with the help of the CDC, has been planning and preparing for this moment for a long time. Since I took office, we've been committed to making sure every parent has the opportunity to protect their children from COVID-19. We've secured enough doses, and we're launching a comprehensive effort with states, local health departments, pediatricians, family doctors, pharmacies, rural health clinics, community health centers, and other trusted messengers and partners to get the word out, to get help, to get shots in arms. Parents will soon be able to start scheduling an appointment and addressing vaccines at pediatricians' offices, children's hospitals, our largest pharmacies, partners and that are Walgreens, CVS, and Walmart are already scheduling appointments for later this week. And starting today, you can go to vaccines.gov and find information and appointments near you. More and more locations will be ramping up, and more vaccines are delivered to providers in your areas every day. These vaccines are safe and effective and are approved after extensive scientific review by the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC. But I know some parents might have questions. I encourage you to talk to the doctor after you make a plan to get your child vaccinated. For your children older than 5 years of age, for everyone else, get your shots, get your boosters. And let's be clear, elected officials shouldn't get in the way and make it more difficult for parents who want their children to be vaccinated, who want to protect them and those around them. This is no time for politics. It's about parents being able to do everything they can to keep their children safe. Together, we've come to a long way in our fight against COVID with vaccines, treatments, and other tools that are widely available. More than 220 million Americans are fully vaccinated. More than 100 million Americans are boosted. Daily deaths due to COVID-19 are down 90%. And now vaccination is available for nearly every American. And we'll remain vigilant. We will make sure that this is not only a good day, but is good from this point on. Proof that there is nothing beyond our capacity when we work together as the United States of America. I want to thank you again, Arsima, and may God bless you, our healthcare workers across the country, and continue to step up and help put this pandemic behind us. And Doc, did you want to say anything? You don't have to.
I'm happy to, sir. Or just,
all right. Okay. Well.
Whatever you like.
All right. Yes.
A question on the Chevron CEO's complaint today. He said that your administration has largely criticized the oil and gas industry and at times vilified it, and that the administration would need to take a change in approach in order to make progress on reducing energy prices and to increase supply. Do you have a reaction to that, sir?
It's mildly sensitive. I didn't know they'd get their feelings hurt that quickly. Look, we need more refining capacity. This idea that they don't have oil to drill and to bring up is simply not true. This piece of the Republicans talking about Biden shut down fields, wrong. 9,000 of them, okay? So then we ought to be able to work something out whereby they're able to increase refining capacity and still not give up on transitioning to renewable energy. They're both within realm of possibility.
Mr. President, if you were to decide to go for a federal gas tax holiday, do you believe Congress would support that? And how would you feel about the fact that those funds are used for something that is a big priority for you, repair of roads and infrastructure and all of that? Is that worth
We have a
the
giant
offset?
infrastructure bill we passed. Giant. $1.2 trillion, $200 billion.
So you'd be worth, it would be worth it for you to...
Sure, it's not like, it's not like before. Look, it will have some impact, but it's not going to have an impact on major road construction and major repairs.
Sounds like you may have made a decision.
Well, let me put it this way. I'm in the process. I'll have a decision before the week is out. But you asked me an explicit question about whether or not, how would I feel? Is it going to, in fact, make it difficult to maintain our roads? The answer is we have plenty of capacity to do that.
And do you think
Mr. President, are you going to talk to President Xi before you make any decision on the China tariffs? Do you want to have an engagement with him before you do anything on that?
I plan on having a conversation with President Xi. We haven't set a time yet.
Mr. President, any changes on your planned trip to Israel, given what's happened with the parliament?
No.
Anyway, have you been briefed, sir?
I think you spoke with Larry Summers recently, and he just said that in order to defeat inflation, you would have to accept higher unemployment. What would be your answer to that?
Well, there's other economists who don't think that's the case, and we're in the process of working through all of this.
Have you received a briefing on the guns legislation that senators say that they've gotten to a legislative text point?
A very brief briefing before I walked in the room to make sure I say, let them announce it, and then I'll speak to it.
Are you satisfied?
Let them announce it, and I'll speak to it.
Mr. President, are you confident you have, I know you're looking for more money from Congress for this vaccine campaign and for COVID funding going into the fall. How much of the supply of vaccines for these small children is there, and how many of the nation's kids will you be able to get vaccinated before you need more money from Congress?
Well, we'll get through at least this year. We do need more money, but we don't just need more money for vaccines for children eventually. We need more money to plan for the second pandemic. There's going to be another pandemic. We have to think ahead. And that's not something the last outfit did very well. That's something we've been doing fairly well. That's why we need the money. Thank you all very much.
Ahead of your trip, sir, Prime Minister Boris Johnson said recently there's Ukraine fatigue. There's some leaders who are calling for negotiations with Putin. Are you afraid that there's a fracture within this alliance that you said has been united so far?
No, I'm not afraid. But what I do think is there at some point, this is going to be a bit of a waiting game. What the Russians can sustain and what Europe is going to be prepared to sustain. And I think we have to, that's one of the things we're going to be speaking at in Spain about. Thank you all so very, very much.
Thank you, sir.
President Biden wraps up that event there, taking questions from the media, talking about gas prices as well as the possibility of a holiday for federal gas taxes there that could alleviate close to 20 cents a gallon there, and for most consumers that would be about just over about $2 saving for every time they fill up their tank there. So we'll continue to track it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. This was a nice sign right here. This is how the Dow ended up for the day. You can see 641 points there in the green. We're hoping for another day like that tomorrow. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Perfect opportunity to take a quick 2-minute break, and then when we come back, we'll play out the White House briefing that happened just a little bit ago.
Happy to take a few questions. I know there's been some news out there in his world, so I'm going to
Kirby, why don't you take it away?
Thank you, Corinne. Just a couple things at the top, everybody. I think you saw this morning that the administration announced important policy changes with respect to anti-personnel landmines. After conducting a comprehensive policy review, the United States is now joining the vast majority of countries around the world in committing to limit the use of anti-personnel landmines. The use of these weapons put more civilians at risk of being injured by unexploded mines, including children, long after the fighting has stopped, and the President believes strongly that we need to curtail their use worldwide. So this new commitment will align U.S. policy outside of the Korean Peninsula with the key requirements of the Ottawa Convention. That's the international treaty that prohibits the use, the stockpiling, the production, and the transfer of these weapons. The United States is the world's single largest financial supporter of steps to mitigate the harmful consequences of landmines and explosive remnants of war all around the world. Since 1993, the United States has provided over $4.2 billion in aid to over 100 countries for conventional weapons destruction programs. And I'm happy to take questions on that a little bit later. The last thing I just want to open up with is, I think you know the President is preparing for his next trip. This will be to Germany for the G7 and then on to Madrid for the NATO summit. He came into office with the express purpose of revitalizing and reinforcing our allies, our alliances, and our partnerships around the world, and that's exactly what he's done with the G7 and with NATO. His leadership and diplomacy elevated these partnerships as central to meeting the biggest challenges of our time and advanced our shared values to define the decades to come. He has been unafraid to use the convening power of the United States, which is still ample, still relevant, still viable. The free world has demonstrated incredible unity and resolve to advance three key objectives that I think you're going to see are essential to this trip. And we're going to get some time a little bit later on in the week to preview the trip with more detail. But I'll just tell you, these are the three overarching objectives the President has. One, reinforcing our unwavering support of a democratic, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine and holding Russia accountable for its war of aggression. Two, managing the disruptions in the global economy, including energy and food prices that are caused by this war of aggression that are impacting families all over the world, including here at home. And three, charting an affirmative vision for the world in which democracies can deliver and that we are confident will win over autocratic and corrupt visions. Again, we'll have more to share later in the week, including a background call I think we're going to be doing here in the next day or so, and you guys all get an invitation to that. So with that, we'll take some questions.
Thanks, John. What can you tell us about this second American who appears to have died in combat in Ukraine?
Don't know a whole lot, but I think you saw the State Department has confirmed that another American citizen has been killed in the fighting in Ukraine, and I'd point you to State for more details on that. Obviously, at the outset, our hearts go out to the family, which are clearly enduring an incredible grief here. Again, we want to stress that this is not the place or the time for Americans to go to Ukraine. It is a war. And if you want to help the people of Ukraine, there's a whole lot of other better options to do that than going and putting yourself in harm's way in the middle of that war.
The President said yesterday that he speaks to Volodymyr Zelensky 3 or 4 times a week. Is that accurate, or is that a bit of hyperbole? We only get a readout of their conversations once every couple of weeks.
He speaks to Mr. Zelensky on a routine, regular basis. And I couldn't sit here and give you the exact count. This is the beginning of week 3 for me here. But he speaks to President Zelensky on a very routine, regular basis. And I would add, it's not just the President. The Department of Defense, the Department of State, the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense speak with their counterparts, again, on a routine, regular basis. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, try this again using syllables. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff talks to his counterpart regularly, too. And there's an awful lot, and I would go so far as to say almost daily, conversation with the Ukrainians at lower staff levels at both DOD and the Department of State.
April? Hi, John.
Hey, April.
2 questions. Going back to Ukraine, could you talk about the implications of the grains issue that's heightening in Ukraine as the president of Ukraine talked to the AU about it, the African Union about it, and also the repercussions of what happened in Texas on a national security front when it comes to basically calling President Biden the acting president?
I'm going to come back to you on the second one because I'm not completely sure I understand the question. But on the first one, let me just do the grain one first. We've talked about this before. President Putin is, no kidding, weaponizing food. Let's just call it what it is. He's weaponizing food. He's got an essential blockade there in the Black Sea so that nothing can leave by sea, and that's, of course, how Ukraine has historically gotten its grain to markets. And so the president's working with leaders around the world to see if there's other overland ways we can do that. And he's exploring a range of options. He's keeping an open mind about how that would look. And there's lots of other of our partners, particularly in Europe, who also want to see that done. So there's a lot of work being done here. But as I said, I think the other day, last week, we know time is not on our side. I mean, this grain is a perishable commodity, so we want to get it out as fast as we can.
Yeah. And on the second question, on the national security front, especially as we're seeing what's happening with the January 6th committee, what does it do on the national security front for Texas to make those strong statements about the 2020 election?
I'm afraid I didn't see the comments. Can you elucidate?
The Texas Republican platform, I think is what she's referring.
No, I don't. Thank you. No, they're rejecting the president. What's happening is they're saying the president is acting president. The state of Texas.
I'm sorry. Okay, yep, I did. I'm sorry.
I can take that one too.
The national security.
There's okay. Cool.
On the national security front, I mean, look. The president is the democratically elected commander-in-chief of this country. And the men and women who serve in uniform understand that. And with the exception of what looks like a small number of Texas legislatures, the American people recognize that. He has the authority, he has the power, he has the responsibility to defend this country. And the things that we're talking about today, whether it's landmine use or grain shipments or assisting Ukraine, is all about our national security, and the president is charged with preserving and maintaining that national security. And it, again, with the exception of a small number of folks there in Texas, the American people recognize that and understand that.
John, what do you make of the Kremlin saying that the Americans captured in Ukraine aren't covered under the Geneva Convention protections for prisoners of war?
Yeah, we've seen the comments by Mr. Peskov with respect to this, not ruling out certain protections. I would tell you a couple of things. One, we still are trying to learn more about these two individuals. Okay. Number two, it's appalling that a public official in Russia would even suggest the death penalty for two American citizens that were in Ukraine. We're going to continue to try to learn what we can here about this, and again, stay in touch as much as we can with the families.
If you're not afforded protections under the Geneva Convention, what's the course of action that you're thinking about?
I don't think it'd be useful for us to get into hypotheticals right now, Jackie. I mean, we got more homework here to do, but I do think it's important for us to make it clear, totally appalling, for even the suggestion that result could be the outcome here for these two individuals.
Hey, thanks, Karine. John, the Chinese have imported a record amount of oil from Russia, and the trade between the two countries is growing. What message do you have to the Chinese related to this?
I think this is just a piece of China's willingness to continue to go along with Russia, and we're seeing this as yet another example of a growing collaboration between China and Russia with respect to Ukraine. We have, as we've said at the outset, called on China to be a responsible power here and to join the rest of the world in condemning what Russia has done in Ukraine and in enforcing sanctions against Russia for it. So it's just another example. And look, it's also another example of how global security really is interconnected. It's not just about security on the European continent. It's connected. What's happening in Ukraine, this is a perfect example of how it's connected to national security, our national security interests, and those of allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific as well.
But at what point do they rise to the level where they're breaking sanctions or pushing the line for those sanctions that the U.S. Would like to impose?
Well, again, they haven't been participants in the sanction regime so far.
Good. You did follow up.
Thanks, John. Also, India has been buying a lot of the Russian oil that the Europeans aren't buying. So how does the administration keep financial pressure on Russia? And what does this say about U.S.-Indian relations that Prime Minister Modi is making these purchases?
India is also a very key strategic partner in the Indo-Pacific region. And there's many ways that partnership represents itself both in defense and security, economic as well. I think we'll let Indian leaders speak to their economic policies. What I can just tell you is we value this bilateral relationship with India, and we continue to want, obviously every country has to make their decisions for themselves. These are sovereign decisions, but we want as much pressure put internationally on Russia as possible. There needs to be, just last point, there needs to be costs and consequences for what Mr. Putin is doing.
Anything will President Biden be asking G7 leaders to do next week to bring down the cost of energy and bring down the cost of food?
I'm not going to get ahead of the agenda too much today. We'll have more to talk about the trip in the next day or so with more specifics. So I'm not really prepared today to go into too much detail. But as I said in my opening comments, one of the objectives that the president has here for the G7 is to talk to international leaders inside the G7 about supply chain issues, food and fuel supply around the world, and try to minimize the pressures that it has put populations all over the world. But we'll have more a little bit later.
Anything that you think that they can do working in coordination to prevent a global recession?
I think leadership matters a lot here. Multilateral leadership matters a lot because this isn't just affecting the United States, it's affecting the whole world. And I know the president's looking forward to having discussions with world leaders about what together they can do, whether it's increased production or less, more capacity for refining, less dependence. And this is one of the reasons, the president is so committed to clean energy here in this country. That's one way of making us energy independent too. So advancing, it's also good for the climate. So there's an awful lot of cross-cutting objectives here.
All right, just two more. Follow-up. Do you believe, John, the Peskov comments, obviously in coordination with Vladimir Putin, do you believe they're about more than the discrete facts involving these Americans, but a signal, a larger sort of tactical signal to the American president, to the government, about ways they can use American citizens as a part of this conflict?
I gave up a long time ago trying to get inside Mr. Peskov's head, certainly Mr. Putin's. It's hard to know with great accuracy the answer to your question. But either way, it's equally alarming. Whether they actually mean what they're saying here and that this could be an outcome, that they could levy a death penalty against 2 Americans that were fighting in Ukraine, or that they just feel it's a responsible thing for a major power to do, to talk about doing this as a way of signaling the President of the United States and the American people. Either one of them is equally alarming, and that's why, again, we find it appalling.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. John, why the United States is trying to block the African countries to work with Russia? There is a discussion going on right now at the Senate that the United States is trying to force basically the African countries not to work with Russia. I don't know if you're aware, Russia have relation with many African countries, and Angola is one of them, and many other countries. But right now, it looks like there is a discussion going on at the Senate that the United States is trying to make African countries not to work with Russia. In the beginning, President Biden said that he will work with all nations, Europe, Asia, and even African countries diplomatically. Why don't let the African countries decide who to work with instead of just impose them not to work with, for example, Russia?
Yeah, I can't speak for the discussions that are going on in the Senate about this, but you kind of answered the question yourself when you went back to what the president has long said about his foreign policy objectives and goals. Look, he respects and understands that sovereign nations make sovereign decisions. Sovereign nations get to decide who they're going to associate with or who they're not going to associate with. He understands that. He also understands, and I think has been very clear with leaders around the world, that there needs to be consequences for what Mr. Putin is doing in Ukraine. There needs to be costs. He needs to be held accountable for this unprovoked war of aggression. And so it's difficult for him to look at countries around the world who might be willing not to impose those consequences, who might be looking for ways to reward Mr. Putin for what he's doing in Ukraine. So it's a principled.
Forcing countries not to work with Russia.
This isn't about, ma'am.
Them decide.
No, ma'am. This is not about forcing. And again, I can't speak to the language you're talking about from the Senate. This isn't about forcing anybody. It's about standing up for a principle. The principle here is the principle of sovereignty. So it cuts both ways. Obviously, sovereign nations need to be able to make their own decisions. The president understands that. That's why, when we were talking about whether Ukraine would or wouldn't join NATO, it's not up to Mr. Putin to get a veto on that. Sovereign nations have to make that decision, and so does the NATO alliance. He understands the sovereign decisions that nations in Africa have to make. But he also believes and stands strongly on the principle that Mr. Putin needs to suffer consequences for this war of aggression, consequences around the world as well. And so he doesn't believe that it's in the interests of what's going on in Ukraine or European security, for that matter, for Mr. Putin to be able to get off scot-free here.
And when the president will travel to Africa, John, he traveled to Europe, Asia, but not Africa. When?
I don't have a trip announcement to make today.
Mr. Kerr, is the president tracking the situation in Ethiopia?
Yes, he is.
And also on the billions of dollars that have flown to Ukraine, how much of that money has gone to gun manufacturers in the U.S.?
How much money has gone to?
$40 billion.
Are you talking about the money?
Ukraine,
the money that we are
approved to Ukraine. How much of that money has gone to gun manufacturers here in the U.S.?
Okay, if you mean defense contractors, we can give you that, and we can have somebody get you the amount of contracts that are going to be or are being let under the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. This is for defense articles, weapons and systems that Ukraine needs. If you're asking me how many are going, you mean like firearm manufacturers here in the United States?
Yes. How much of them, all the money that has gone to Ukraine, how much of that money actually goes to Ukraine?
To the degree that we supply small arms and ammunition, right, to Ukraine, we can get you that figure. I don't have it handy, but that's small arms and ammunition, combat arms that they're using in the field. And, we get caught up a lot talking about HIMARS, right? Long-range rocket systems and artillery systems and tanks and all that. All those big-ticket items that the Ukrainians say they need, and it's true they do. But what they'll also tell you is that the bullets and the small arms are making a big difference every single day, because the fighting in the Donbass is close combat. A lot of long-range fires, lots of artillery, no question. But it's a lot of small arms combat too. So we forget about that. It's an important set of defense articles and systems that we've been sending to Ukraine, and we're going to continue to do it for as long as we can. But as for the exact figures, I'd have to get that for you.
President Biden's response to Israel that has been threatened by Russia.
Thank you. All right, thanks. We don't have a lot of time, guys, because we have to leave at 1:45, I believe, for the president's local travel. Okay, so I have something really quick at the top, and then I'll take a question. So today, President Biden and First Lady are visiting a local COVID-19 vaccination clinic hosted by the DC Health to highlight the recent authorization and recommendation of COVID-19 vaccines for children under the age of 5. This weekend, the CDC formally recommended use of the COVID-19 vaccine for this age group following the FDA's authorization on June 17th. Marking a key milestone that ensures for the first time since the pandemic began that nearly every American can access protections from life-saving COVID-19 vaccines, including our youngest Americans aged 6 months and up. Following the visit, the president will deliver remarks at the White House on COVID-19 vaccines for children under 5 and the historic progress the country has made in fighting COVID-19 with safe, effective vaccines available virtually to all Americans. Go ahead, Josh.
Thanks, Corinne. Two subject areas, since I know we're going fast by 1:40. What data is President Biden looking at for the gas tax holiday, and is he expecting congressional support in state-level action?
Well, take your second question first. As you know, the president said he's going to make a decision about this by the end of this week. The way we see it is there would be congressional action. Congress would need to take action. To your first question, the president's looking at an array of options to figure out how he's going to help give relief to the American public, especially as they are looking at gas prices at the pump. This is a #1 priority for the president. He's looking at an array of options. We don't have anything specific for you to share with you at this time.
And then secondly, real fast, what is President Biden's reaction to Texas authorities saying the police response to Uvalde was an abject failure and that the gunman, in theory, could have been stopped within 3 minutes?
You know, this is something that the president has talked about this very deeply. It is very the actions that we have seen and the reports that we have seen is deeply concerning. The president has said that. As you know, DOJ is doing a review. We're going to leave it to their findings and their review before we'll say anything more. But it is deeply disturbing to hear the reports on what happened on the ground on that day. Okay.
On the issue of the federal gas tax, has the White House started reaching out to Congress yet on this, working with members to try and get them on board with this? Because as you know, you would of course need their approval for any suspension.
Absolutely. We would definitely, as I said, need Congress to act on this. I can't lay out, I don't have anything to lay out on any outreach that we've made to Congress. The president, as you all know, understands the stress that the American public is feeling across the country. This is why he has taken action himself when it comes to tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, a historic amount of oil, 1 million of barrels of oil a day, I should say, just to be exact, and also getting his partners to do 240 million barrels as well. There's the ethanol 15, as he has been able to make sure that we give relief to thousands of Americans across the country. So this is something that has been a complete priority for the president. I don't have anything specific to lay out about meetings coming up or meetings that have happened.
And the president said he's not planning to sit down with any oil and gas CEOs as he makes this decision. Why not?
So as I can confirm here, I know it's been kind of been reported out there, Secretary Granholm is going to be meeting with the 7 CEOs on Thursday, this coming Thursday. That's the first step that he wanted to make sure happened. Remember, our goal is to make sure that we have a sit-down conversation where we come up with solutions, that we work with the CEOs and figure out what else that we can do to move that capacity forward. So the meeting is happening on Thursday with Secretary Granholm, and she's going to sit down with the CEOs, and hopefully we have some solutions that come out of the meeting.
The first step is but the president's not ruling out meeting with them.
No, the president spoke to this himself yesterday, which is like he's not going to be meeting with the CEOs. I'll let that stand and speak for himself. The way that we view this is, what I mean by first step is they're going to sit down, have a conversation. The second step is coming up with solutions and ideas.
The president said last week that there's no inevitability around a recession, but there is a greater deal of market concern about exactly that. And I know that inflation is your #1 concern, but can you talk a little bit about if you're doing anything at all to prevent a recession or a rise in unemployment?
So the way that we see this, and you've heard us talk about this, that we're in a moment of transition. We have seen we are in a unique situation with the historical gains with our economy. The way that we see it is unemployment rate has held steady at 3.6, which is also near historic lows. Business investment remains strong. Household balance sheets remain strong. There was an analysis that came out recently that showed middle-class Americans had an additional $10,000 in savings then before the pandemic. Another analysis found that all income groups had higher checking account balances at the end of March than they had pre-pandemic. So we see that the strengths that our economic strength that we have seen from this past year, from the action that the president has taken with the American Rescue Plan, with what we have seen with the historical gains, that is going to help us deal with a recession. Right now, we don't see a recession right now. now. That is not, we're not in a recession right now. Right now, we're in a transition where we are going to go into a place of stable and steady growth, and that's going to be that's going to be our focus.
And just one more. AAA was out with a report today saying that there's going to be a record number of people driving for the 4th of July holiday, and I'm wondering what that tells you about whether inflation is in fact the top concern for the American people, and whether there's a role for conservation to play given the extreme demands on energy supplies right now.
Well, say a little bit more. You're saying
Americans are happy, it would seem, to go out
I see what you're
and
saying.
to pay as much money as gas costs to go on vacation and do all of the things that they would normally do. In fact, more so than in the past. So what do you think about that? And do you think it's appropriate given the constraints on energy supplies globally?
I mean, look, Americans are going to do what they feel is right for themselves and for their family. That's not something for us to make a judgment on. I think what we're seeing right now is, we've been in a pandemic for some time, and I think Americans are feeling as if this summer it's time to get out and go visit families, and I think that's a reaction that we're seeing there. But I have to say, a lot of that is thankful to the president and the work that he has done to make sure that more than 220 million people are fully vaccinated. That matters. Today he's going to visit a COVID health center where we are going to be able to vaccinate our youngest among us, which is the 0 to 5. That's about 18 million young people, which is a lot of that work is due because of what the president has been able to do, and the American Rescue Plan and the vaccination strategy that he put forward the moment that he walked into this administration. Look, it's not for me to say what Americans can do or can't do, but I do think this is kind of the pendulum swinging as we are more people are vaccinated and more folks are feeling more comfortable and more safe to get out there. Okay. And I'll go to the back in a second. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karine. What kind of visibility does the administration have into the, quote, logistical error that prevented Brittany Griner, who's being held in Russia, from speaking by phone with her wife? And how is a mistake like that acceptable given the stakes at this moment?
So this was an unfortunate mistake. And the Department of State is working to rectify this as quickly as possible. From what I understand, there is a phone interview has been scheduled. I'm not going to speak to when. That is up to Brittany Griner's partner to decide, her wife, to decide if they want to make that public. Anything else, I would defer you to the State Department.
And does Brittany Griner's wife talked about meeting with the president, or her desire to meet with the president? Is that something that's on the table or an option at this point?
I don't have anything to share about, we don't have anything to share about a potential phone conversation or meeting. What I can say is that the State Department has been in regular touch with Mrs. Griner. She's also spoken to Secretary Blinken, which we have mentioned before. This is certainly any American that is held abroad is a priority for this president. We've spoken to that, and we will do everything that we can to bring them home. I'm going to go to the right.
Roe v. Wade.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to go to somebody. I haven't gone yet. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karine. So in these deliberations about the gas tax, does the president have concerns about, what are his concerns about endorsing such an idea?
Endorsing gas tax?
Congressional action on a gas tax holiday. Are there concerns that he has about doing that?
I mean, the president has been very clear in making sure that he does everything that he can to alleviate the pain that American families are feeling when it comes to gas prices. He said all options are on the table. He said himself, just to reiterate what he said yesterday, he has not made a decision on this. He'll have something more by the end of the week. But this is about making sure that we deliver for the American people as it relates to gases, as it relates to increase in cost. And so, we have said this from day one, all options are on the table.
What are the drawbacks that he sees? And does he think an endorsement could help Republicans get on board if it requires?
What I'm saying is I'm not going to get ahead ahead of the president right now. He has not. We have not laid out this decision. Once we have, I'm happy to have that conversation right here or in my office, however you wish. But right now, all options are on the table. He's going to do everything that he can to make sure he relieves some pain and some pressure that the Americans are feeling at the pump.
Question, I want to hear, please.
Oh my gosh. Go ahead.
Does the president have any thoughts on the Colombian elections this weekend, and does he have any plans to speak to the president-elect?
I don't have any calls to read out to you at this time. The United States congratulates the people of Colombia on a free and fair election. The president looks forward to working with President-elect Petro and to advance the U.S.-Colombia relationship and tackle key issues together, including climate change, building more fair and resilient economies, security, and more. I don't have a call to read out at this point or to announce at this point.
When it comes to the federal gas tax, former President Obama has called it a gimmick back when it was being considered during his administration. A number of Republican and Democratic congressional leaders over the years have said the same thing. It saves people a couple of dollars when they fill up, but it decimates the highway trust fund. Why is it suddenly on the table for this president when it seemed like it was an idea that the White House had sort of set to the side for months?
Well, the president has always said all options are on the table. This is one of those options. He was asked a question yesterday and he answered it. I don't want to get ahead of the president. We don't have anything to announce at this time. Once we do, we will, and be happy to answer all the questions around that decision once and if he makes that decision. But again, he has said, he has been very clear, he wants to make sure that he is, dealing with what the Americans are facing at the pump, which is high prices due to inflation, due to part of it is the pandemic, part of it is Putin's war on Ukraine and the Putin's tax hike. So he wants to do everything that he can to make sure that we are answering those calls of trying to lower the cost.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. Okay. Well, thank you guys.
White House briefing wraps up there, talking a lot about the economy, gas prices, of course. Right here on Live Now from Fox, we are going to take another quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we'll take you out to another in-demand hearing. This one in Austin, Texas, talking all about the Uvalde school shooting here. This is from the Texas lawmakers on the Senate side there, stateside, doing this hearing as they try to get more information. Earlier today, we heard about the timeline, a really more detailed timeline of the tragic events that played out in Uvalde. We'll continue to follow it for you on the other side of the break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country, taking you out to Texas here, where the Texas's top law enforcement official, the DPS director, pretty much saying today that law enforcement that were at Uvalde School did not do their jobs when it came to protecting those in the public, and especially the kids and the teachers of that horrible shooting incident. We are learning more of the timeline of events that happened. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
When he said it's not my supervisor, who was he referring to? Do you know?
Well, the officer was talking about, well, don't we think we need a supervisor to approve? Well, his point was, he's not my supervisor. There's kids over there. I'm going to go over there.
I understand that. I'm just trying to understand the command structure at that point in time. Was he talking about the school chief or someone else, or do you know?
Yes, exactly. I mean, the response specifically from the officer or from the agent was, I want to be careful about here.
It says
it sounds like a hostage situation. Sounds like like a rescue. They should probably go in. And of course, to your point, indicates he wants to go clear more rooms. An unknown officer, at that point said, don't you think we should have a supervisor approve that? And of course, the agent is saying at this point, he's not my supervisor.
And so the question, are there any other instances of that in terms of it appears there's some sort of miscommunication in terms of the...
We want to make sure that we had our agent there, because any relevance that DPS officers in that building, wanted to make sure we had the body recorder statements and what time they entered, and that's the reason why that's included in here.
Okay, but does that indicate any type of breakdown in command structure right there?
Well, I think the whole thing was a breakdown in command structure.
No, let me be more
from the beginning. And I think,
again, sir.
And if he would have
indicate, please. Does that indicate to you a breakdown in command structure? That particular segue, I should say.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay. Now, let me ask another thing. Going down to 1247, when there was actually the breach, who led the breach? Was that Border?
BORTAC.
Okay. Now, did the chief of police of the schools order them to go in, or did they came on the scene and did what was necessary in order
they came on scene, and from the statements you can see at some point the chief acquiesces when they came. Of course, the chief asked for BORTAC, he asked for SWAT. When they arrived, then the delay became about the key, and eventually when they had that key situation resolved is when the decision was made to go in.
And BORTAC made that decision? Do you know?
Sure. I'll just say, yeah, the decision was made to go in. I don't know that, and certainly BORTAC or that team made a decision to go in, but I don't know that the chief said, don't go in either.
Okay.
Because the chief was actually looking for the keys so they could go in.
So someone made a decision, finally made a decision to go in?
Yeah. When there's finally a tactical team and they finally have the keys, which they didn't need, the decision was to breach, and they did breach.
And the breach didn't occur until after we got the keys to open the door?
Until it didn't occur, although the key wasn't needed, the breach didn't occur until after they found a key that worked.
Last question. We've heard about the grandmother, about him shooting his grandmother in the face. Do we know her status, her medical status?
Well, we hope to, unfortunately she can't talk right now. It's very difficult, and she lost her jaw. But we're arranging for an interview with her, and she's been gracious to authorize that as long as her daughter's there. So we'll be doing that. If we haven't done it already, we'll be doing that here shortly. I can say that he waited for his grandfather to leave the house before.
Wow.
And he announced it. He said, "I'm at the same that individual that I mentioned that he was talking to." He messaged back and said, "Well, he's not. I'm waiting for him to leave right now before I do it." And of course, after a period of time, he did leave, and he did do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Trump.
Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, I'm getting help from people, obviously, on text They've mentioned something called the Texas Interoperability Channel Plan, and it's referenced that they had an option to go to direct interoperability channel, and that would have bypassed the problems we're having. Is that true or false?
I don't know if that's true or false.
You don't know this, the interoperability channel, is that designed specifically to go around problems?
Well, first, you know, I don't know whether they, you know, based on the threat assessment we did, that portable radios did not talk, okay, as I indicated before, did not talk outside the school. So if you're saying there's an interoperability channel that would do that with the same radio system, I'm not aware of that.
So let me ask it this way. Was it a technology problem that they didn't communicate, or was it the director or the commander-in-chief not being trained that there was I'm told, a conduit in which officers can talk when there's problems?
Well, I'll start with first, the chief didn't have his radio with him initially, okay, right? And secondly, you know, based upon our assessment, okay, the portable radios by the chief, because he uses the Uvalde system, the Uvalde PD system, the Uvalde PD officers, the sheriff's office, and DPS officers did not work inside that building. In fact, it didn't work until we got 10 feet away from the building.
So it's a technology. I'm trying to get to...
That's a technology, not an interoperability issue.
Let me back up. You know, my cell service doesn't have service some days. That's a different technology problem than, do we have a system in this state? Because we have appropriated money, we have forced the issue with Motorola versus whatever the other is to make all law enforcement officials, all law enforcement radios to talk to each other. Do we have a system across the board from city police to sheriff's departments to DPS to federal agents? Do we have a system that works together yet?
Yes, it's not in that building.
They don't work inside the building because
the radios to those agencies do not communicate.
Not enough signal. Not enough signal.
Not enough signal.
Okay, all right. Secondly, the initial 3 officers that met the individual before he headed down the hallway to the classrooms were shot at.
Yes, sir.
I think they were shot. Is that true?
Grazing wounds.
So I'll ask it this way. If the DPS were in charge and they were the 3 officers that met that individual coming down the hallway, would there have been a gun, a shootout, if you will, a distraction, as you've called it in the past, but would there have been more engagement from a DPS perspective had they been those 3 officers?
That's not fair for me to say. I would expect it to be the case. I think every chief would expect their officers to handle it differently in that regard. The doctrine suggests that absolutely, you don't retreat based on that. And moreover, there was not just 3 officers immediately followed by another, as many as 8 officers, but 4 on the other side. So there was more than enough officers right then when that happened.
Right then, if they had engaged with full force.
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty good chance that although the outside building was compromised, the inside of the office class. I mean, to me, it looks like that's where, along with all the other calamities and all the other noncompliance and all the other issues we've found, that's where we dropped the ball really for the last time before it happened.
The biggest chance was in that hallway, that 3 minutes before he got into the classroom. The biggest opportunity to save lives.
I understand.
Secondly, after that, the doctrine is, as we talked about before, you must isolate the subject. That means you got to keep pressing. Then distract. They allow you to distract. You can do things that don't really, you can minimize risk to officers by distracting.
Did those 3 officers have bulletproof vests?
Did they have vests? Yes, sir.
They had bulletproof vests on?
Yes, sir. Every officer in there.
Senator Kokorsh.
Thank you. Director McCraw, thank you for your long testimony today and what you have revealed. Thank you to the members for your exhaustive and very good questions. When I look at your timeline and how many rounds were fired off, a question arose that easy to handle, especially knowing how to load them and changing clips and so forth. In all your interviews, do you know if he had been practicing his shooting since he purchased the gun, and had he been training on how to do rapid fires and so forth. Have y'all discovered anything in your interviews about that?
Well, as mentioned earlier, he didn't drive. He had to
Pardon
get someone
me?
else to, he didn't drive. He'd have to get someone else to drive him. He did request someone to take him for a range, and that didn't occur. And of course, he didn't buy the firearms until May 16th. So he was not trained. He hadn't had a lot of practice with it. So regardless of what he was doing in his room, it wasn't, you know, he wasn't on a field or a range or something like that in terms of perfecting his skills.
Thank you.
Okay, I had a couple of questions. This would help clarify something for me that I had heard early, and we all know there were a lot of misinformation early on in the reports. But when you call 911 in Uvalde, does it go to the sheriff's office? Is that where the 911 center is, or does it go to the police department?
The police department. In Uvalde, it's the police department.
Okay. Because I had heard, you know, it was the sheriff's department, and they were getting the word to the sheriff's deputies and stuff, but not to the police department. So you're saying it was the police department that got the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
From the kids and teachers and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
But they could not convey that information to the officers, the school officer that was inside the building.
Well, we know we could only find one thus far. There may be more. One officer that heard the reports on the dispatch. The dispatch then put it out and broadcast it. And as I mentioned earlier, sometimes it was a lot of people talking at the same time, bits and parts. He said, "They say again, say again." And so we know at least one officer had that information based upon that 1203 phone call from Chloe.
Okay, that clears that up. So when the police department gets that information from 911, I would assume that's immediately conveyed to the school police.
Yes, sir, everybody. In fact, the school police uses the Uvalde Police Department channel, look at their radio system. So, so they're in communication, and the sheriffs, in fact, everybody, including DPS and the Border Patrol, are monitoring, okay, what they have the ability to monitor, and this is one of the things that Senator Perry is talking about. Yeah, it's interoperable in the sense that we can listen to each other's conversations.
Okay, different question. Dollars to purchase those weapons and ammunitions. You know, he just turned 18.
Yes, sir.
Do we know where he got that much money? Was he working a regular job?
Well, all we've been able to determine thus far is that he's saved that money over a long period of time working at fast food restaurants. And we've had interviews. We haven't been able to find anything else. There's been talk about odd work, odd jobs with a grandfather or something like this, or there's lots of things, but we've been able to identify is that he had money related to that he didn't spend. He lived with grandparents. He didn't drive, didn't have a vehicle, and that money was used to open that bank account.
Okay, thanks. Third, and hopefully my last question, the numerous members asked questions related to the latch. Did it lock? Did it not lock? Could it have been locked? Could it have not locked? Was the strike plate not lined up with the, I guess you call it the plunger, which it wasn't. But also, when we did a Zoom call with you, my staff and some of your staff, a few days back, you had photographs of it was a magnetic plate.
Yes, sir.
That you stick on top of the strike plate.
Yes, sir.
To keep the plunger from going in the hole.
Yes, sir.
It's a convenience device, so the door doesn't automatically lock whenever it closes.
Yes, sir.
You found that in the school, or did you find multiple?
Well, there are multiple ones throughout the school. That's because that's what they'll do. It's convenient for the students to come back. They go to the restroom, they can come back in without having to be let in.
Did y'all check all the doors to see how many there were, or?
How many there were? Our threat assessment team did. I could get the exact numbers back to you.
All you know is there were multiple ones, because early on, you know, and repeatedly, seconds make a big difference here. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes that you can save.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, could you take a gun and shoot the window out and reach around and undo the latch? Probably. That would not be very difficult, but it still takes a little more time.
Yes, sir.
And the more you have to do that, the more time you pick up. So it's really scary to me to know that we've got and we're going to be listening to them later, the Texas School Safety Center, who I know it's just paper audits, but it's still audits of plans of how all this is supposed to work, that the schools are supposed to kind of self-audit themselves. Then they do the drills and stuff like that. But to find so many missing pieces so quickly, it's pretty shocking to me.
And we have such a short memory. I mean, we
understand.
Diligent up front, and then we lose it over time.
Okay, so I've got some other Senate members who would like to ask some questions. Senator Gutierrez. Thank you. Yeah, I'll get you, and then I'll get him. That's on. My wave there. Menendez does too. Thank you.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or recently, yes.
Yes, he recently has said otherwise.
His report in the media, yes, sir.
And it's important to note that what's here is not audio that he's communicating to others. This is body cam footage. Is that accurate?
Exactly.
Okay. Because we didn't have audio because it didn't work inside the classroom, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so he can't then therefore communicate to someone, hey, I'm in charge, I'm the incident commander. Did he ever say that?
No, sir, not by radio.
Okay. Did he ever say that to anybody by the phone, on a phone call or anything?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And even if he had said it, there was no way to communicate it because those radios did not work inside the room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And insofar as the people that were outside of the building, you said that some of them were receiving radio communications from dispatch, correct?
I'm sorry?
Were some of the people outside of the building receiving radio communications from dispatch?
Yes, sir.
You and I have gotten into a discussion as to how many DPS troopers were in that building, and at one point you told me there was anywhere between 2 and 13 because it was a very fluid situation.
Yes, sir.
In a recent communication to the Express News, your agency said that it was actually 12.
Yes, sir.
Okay, probably a distinction without a difference, I would submit.
Yes, sir. In fact, at 11:52, the first DPS trooper entered and left after 2 minutes.
Okay.
Third DPS trooper entered at the West Building, was a special agent we talked about earlier. He entered at 11:55, remained there for 6 minutes before leaving to clear rooms. The fourth DPS trooper entered the building was a ranger at 11:57. He left after 37 seconds to assist evacuating children and staff. He returned at 12:16 and helped coordinate DPS helicopter and UAV coverage. We had 4 troopers entered the building at 11:58 and left after approximately 2 minutes to seek other duties after seeing numerous officers positioned in the hallway. BORTAC began entering the West Building at 12:15, which the chief had called for. A trooper entered at about 12:31. After BORTAC arrived, a trooper entered at 12:31. We had another Highway Patrol lieutenant and a trooper entered at 12:34. A THP, another Highway Patrol lieutenant, entered at 12:40 p.m. And we had another trooper that entered at 12:48 and a THP sergeant that arrived at 12:49. And of course, we had a DPS sergeant and regional director arrived about 25 seconds before the classroom breached. Okay. That's 12.
I count 13.
In fact, the largest number we had in the building at any one time was actually 6, and that was 20 seconds prior to the breach.
Okay, it's a pretty fluid situation. They're moving in and out of the hallway.
Yes, sir.
You said that the ranger went to do something I heard you say earlier called roof duty, is that?
Help evacuate children in clear rooms.
Okay, room duty, okay.
Oh, that was, yeah, exactly.
I heard something, heard the word roof. Who told him to do that?
To go clear rooms?
Yeah.
I'll have to find out based on his interview.
Who told Ranger number 1 to leave the hallway?
I don't know.
Who told the second Ranger to leave the hallway?
The second one is the same one.
Okay. On the third the third person who left after 6 minutes, who told him to leave?
No, he decided to leave after, it was actually 6 minutes that he was there, and he left to go clear classrooms where his students were at. After he found, and later found a boy in a restroom in that building.
Okay, so he did rescue a boy in a restroom, so he started taking it upon himself to clear other rooms, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And the ranger was in there for 7 minutes, 37 seconds?
No, he was in there for 37 seconds the first time.
37 seconds?
37 seconds of total, of 37 seconds, returned about 12:16 and returned and coordinated helicopter and UAV support.
And how long was he in the room at 12:16?
After 12:16, he's there for the duration.
For the duration, okay. And he's probably the only one there that sounds like was there for the duration. I guess because it was very...
I think the most time, because both times, the 37 seconds and then time after 12:16, yes, I'd say he's probably there the longest.
Okay. Was he directed by anybody at that point?
He was, a lieutenant had requested if he would coordinate, or in fact, Uvalde lieutenant had requested that he assist in finding keys at some point.
Is it fair to say that he is the highest ranking member from the Texas Department of Public Safety in that room?
No, it was actually a sergeant that was there, the same sergeant, Sergeant Maldonado, that drove Officer Ruiz. He entered the building. He was the second officer that entered the building. He was there for, he was less than 2 minutes before he left.
Okay. You said earlier that as far as the stack is concerned, that officers, did you say that they volunteer to be part of the stack? Or did I get that wrong?
Well, I just know that everyone wants to be a part of the stack.
Okay. But no DPS troopers were part of the stack?
No, right now.
They didn't want to be part of the stack?
Well, it's not true. Every trooper wants to be a part of the stack, but you don't get to jump to the front of the line.
Okay. And Bortek, you testified earlier that Bortek just went in. They didn't take orders from anybody, correct?
I said Bortek, when Bortek arrived, the commander, no, what I did say is that the Bortek team arrived after 12:16. They entered the building, is what I said, and they had discussions at that point in time with the chief.
Okay. The body cam data, when would you expect to release all the body cam data? You've asked the Attorney General to sequester that information. When do you
Whenever the district attorney approves it, we're going to release all the body camera coverage, and we're going to release also the school video and the funeral video.
So that when the district attorney approves it, so is this an investigation or not? Because she says she's not doing an investigation, that this is under your...
She gets the opportunity to review the case. And the way this works is that we'll conduct the investigation. We'll return it over to her. If we haven't met her expectations and there's more things to be done, we'll do more things. And when she's satisfied, whether she presents it to a grand jury or whatever, but keep in mind, a part of the grand jury, this investigation is also officer-involved shooting, because officers did shoot and they did use deadly force and they did kill somebody. Therefore, that's also something that traditionally, every time an officer uses deadly force, it's presented by the district attorney to the grand jury for their review.
Okay, so we're going to wait to hear from her on that. This isn't the final report, is it?
No, sir, not all.
Okay, as far as active shooter protocol is concerned versus the incident commander protocol, which takes precedent?
Which what now?
Active shooter protocol or incident commander? Which one takes precedent of those two protocols?
Active shooter, always.
Always.
Yeah.
So we have, because I'm not here to blame anybody, I'm here to, as you and I have said before, we all failed. We all failed. Hell, I went even further, and I told you over the phone that even the legislature failed.
Hey, I don't think the chief in any way is a bad person at all. I just think he made some bad decisions.
But
and the problem is that you may not want to be the incident commander, but if you issue commands and if you're the ranking official, you end up being the incident commander.
But if you can't communicate those commands because the radio doesn't work, maybe those commands weren't issued.
The only command, this is true, good point, but that everybody in that hallway, okay, you can communicate with. There's no reason you can't talk to every officer in the hallway, which is as much as 18, and sometimes we think over 18 officers in that hallway. And as we talked about before, it only takes 3, 1, 2, to address an active shooter. And there was sufficient number of officers after 3 minutes, okay, to carry the fight and finish the fight, including 2 rifles.
Right. So,
also, I absolutely believe in my heart that those officers would have given their life for any one of those children, those teachers, if they were asked to do so, if they're allowed to continue to use this or treat this like an active shooter protocol.
Okay. But again, you just testified that active shooter protocols take precedent over incident commander, and therefore every officer in that room should have just gone into that room. And you and I have had that discussion before, haven't we?
Well, that's a little bit disingenuous, but yes.
Disingenuous, why?
Because bottom line is there's always someone that takes the lead. It doesn't have to be a chief. And frankly, I mentioned it before, you can delegate to another agency, but you can delegate it down to even a sergeant or just a lead officer or someone that's got tactical expertise. So there's always someone that said, let's go line up, stack up, and someone's at the front door.
It's not disingenuous when it's your testimony that the active shooter protocols trump the incident commander protocol, but you don't.
Senator Gutierrez,
yeah.
I'm giving you a lot of flexibility here.
Yeah.
Your line of questioning sounds more like a deposition in preparation for a trial. I'm not an attorney, but I've been sued before.
I'll slow it down.
I would
Chairman.
request that you make your point or ask the question that you really want to ask instead of a string like a deposition.
Very good.
And I'm trying to work with you.
Very good, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we need to fix our radio problem in Texas, do you think, in rural Texas?
I'm sorry again, Senator?
In rural Texas, do we need to fix our radio
Absolutely.
problems?
That system needs to be replaced.
Okay. Have you ever gotten any communications from the Mid-Valley Rio Grande COG about replacing that system or upgrading that system? To your knowledge?
I don't, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
I know that COGs have the responsibility and have done a very good job in most places.
When do you think that we will have the number of the sheriff's deputies in that hallway and the PD and the ISD and the Border Patrol?
I have all those numbers.
You think that my office can get those numbers from you?
With the permission of the district attorney, there's no reason why you shouldn't have those numbers. In fact, I don't know reason, quite frankly, I don't know what there's a reason why I can't share those numbers right now. And if you'll bear with me, I'll see if I have them.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Real quickly. But well, if you don't mind, I'll keep looking. When you ask questions, I'll go ahead.
It's okay. I mean, listen, you can go call the DA and get permission to give me which officers were on the scene.
I see no reason why I shouldn't be able to at least give you the breakdown of how many officers. In other words, at any given time, 361 officers were on the either perimeter or in the building, okay, during that incident and went up until the breach. And I can tell you that the majority of those were federal officers, followed by local officers, followed by state officers. We had 91, as many as 91 officers in the area before the breach.
Who's
around the building? We had
the DPS?
DPS, yes. We had 2 game wardens were there. I think there's 14 HSI agents were there.
You know how many DPS troopers were there?
There's 91 overall
91.
DPS officers, okay? Either security, majority of them were involved in security perimeter activities, some at the reunification center, some of the other various duties. We have the location of every one of the troopers that responded and every one of the agents. We had 30 special agents respond from Hidalgo. Not Hidalgo, but from Eagle Pass and from Val Verde. They all were deployed outside of the West Building to other duties, and we've got that as well.
You and I had a conversation, and I asked you, in light of Operation Lone Star, was there any joint training with this ISD or the PD or the sheriff's office in that community? Your answer then to me was not in this region. Is that still the case?
Any training for what?
Joint training on anything related to something like anything?
I'm not aware that there has been.
Okay. So
to your point, most of our responders came from Val Verde and came from Maverick County. In fact, many of our troopers, some of the troopers that arrived were from North Texas, assigned down to Operation Lone Star.
So these were. And I don't want to get too much into the weeds here. It's fair to say that many of them were for Operation Lone Star Task Force.
Yeah, most of them, overwhelming majority of them. In fact, even our command structure that was over there temporarily, including our regional director, who got in the building 26 seconds before the breach, were all deployed, came up from Eagle Pass.
When we cried to one another, you said that DPS will never stand down again to another agency. Is that still the case?
Did I say that? We would never make, well, I'm not sure exactly what I said when I said it, Senator.
All right.
If you say I said it, I said it.
And I won't, I don't want to testify for you about Ukraine. I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised.
I've cried all the time.
I was frustrated with this. I was frustrated with the outcome, and
We both were.
And I will be for the rest of my life. And I wish to, to Senator Hinojosa's point is that, at what point can we just go in and take over? And I can tell you, I'd love to do it, but I can also tell you that in most cases that's a mistake.
I think you.
All right, Senator Gutierrez, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your questions. We still have other people that want to ask questions.
That's very good, Chairman. I just have a few more, maybe two. In the store where he purchased the guns, was it the same clerk?
Yes, sir.
The same person?
I don't know if it's the same person at the store. I know and one of them had to be ordered, and he picked it up at the store, so both weapons. And the 375 rounds was purchased at the store. The other 740 rounds was purchased on online service, an online store.
And we don't have any red flag laws in Texas, but in this part of the region, if an 18-year-old young man is buying 2 ARs on different days and lots of ammo, usually what that might mean to a good detective would be this kid's going to sell them to the cartels, or the outside chance is something really bad is going to happen. And that's not on DPS, that's not on anybody, but that's just common sense, right?
It's certainly suspicious.
Yeah. Do you exchange information with ATF by any chance?
Well, certainly we work with them frequently.
Do you think that we can let my office know, because I don't expect you to know this, how many 18 to 21-year-olds have AR-15s or AK-47s in Texas, or those types of semi-automatic rifles?
I'm not sure if they have that information.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Hall, recognize you for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. And thank you, Director.
Thank you, Senator.
Been a long morning, long part here. I mean, as I've listened to what's being revealed here, we're hearing a lot of things that just were not done right, and that could have been done differently. I say right, that could have been differently, not necessarily in just the mistake category. Things like the state, through legislation, provided funding is made available to implement things that would protect our kids in school, guardian program, resource officers, and things like that. And it's the Texas legislature, not the federal government, that has made our states gun-free zones. That's through legislation.
Yes, sir.
And the overwhelming number of our schools, in following that, have a sign out front that says, gun-free zone. Violators will face severe federal, state, and local criminal penalties. I don't know about others, but to me, that's a message that says, if you're a bad person and want to come here and hurt somebody, you can do it without fear of anybody stopping you, because nobody in this facility is going to be armed. Is that a reasonable interpretation?
I don't know that, Senator. If someone's smart enough, they'll know that there's programs that the legislature put in place that would allow teachers and marshals to be on campus with a firearm. So,
okay, but that message, but those that have taken advantage of it, they put up a different sign. This one reads from one of the schools, please be aware that the staff at this school are armed and may use whatever force is necessary to protect our students. That to me is quite a different message that's been put out there.
Yes, sir, I agree.
In that knowing, and the general knowledge is, or thought is, that there is no protection in most of our schools because we don't have resources, officers in most of them. We did pass the bill, we have passed legislation, we've made funding available, and yet that hasn't been taken advantage of out there. And I think there's been a good commitment said that we'll continue to support protecting our students with whatever we can do in making things like what you've described here. I found it just amazing that you had doors that could not be locked from the inside. That would have never even entered my mind that somebody would put a door up like that in recognition of what we have come to know as threats to our schools and our students.
Yes, sir.
In there. And then the other things that you just can't fix because you've described stuff that was not consistent with training of what should take place.
Absolutely.
These are things that cannot be fixed with legislation, where we've made stuff available, and I think as we go forward, would you agree that we need to put more emphasis on let's harden our schools, let's make it a priority to put these things in place, a priority to have true lockdowns? I mean, when I hear described it, we go through lockdown drills that are just monkey motion because it's not really a lockdown, and they weren't even locked down at this school. And so before we start talking about new things we need to do in legislation, we need to figure out how we make sure that we're taking full advantage of those things that are in legislation that people and schools should be doing, and funding is being made available to do it. Would you agree?
Well, yes, sir. I agree all the above, frankly. I think more is better. And enforcing what we have is also important.
No, great. And my point, Mr. Chairman, was we've got a good foundation that's just not being followed, and that we may need to make sure, see what we need to do to maybe put more teeth in the implementation of what we have in legislation and have provided funding, and where we're short on funding. If what the comptroller recently has pointed out that we're going to have some extra money, I think this ought to have a high priority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I could also say candidly is that the state legislatures and leadership has always been on the front of this. There's a reason why we have an alert system, we have school safety. There's a lot of things in Texas that clearly are and put us in better shape than other locations. So I don't disagree with that.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I know you and the committee and the Colonel McGraw have been at work almost 5 hours, and I want to thank you for your work. Colonel, I want to thank you for the timeline. And as I was reviewing the timeline, I noticed, I was looking at the quick response. The teacher calls 911, reports a man with a gun at 11:29:20. By 11:31:43, there was a patrol car accelerating into the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, driving by the shooter.
Yes, sir.
A few seconds later, multiple shots fired by the suspect outside the school. And maybe a minute later, the suspect enters the school through the west door.
Yes, sir. At 11:30. Yes,
we're at about 11:33 at that point where the suspects entered the school. About 24 seconds later, he starts shooting into the classroom.
Yes, sir.
It appears by your timeline that less than a minute, almost a minute and a half later, 11:35:55, 3 Uvalde police officers entered the school with 2 rifles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To the west door.
So the police response was quick.
Yes, sir.
The testimony you've shown us today has shown us that there was a failure of the ability to have all the outside doors locked, a failure to lock the classroom. We saw a lot of failures, a failure of, in my opinion, of responsibility to sell almost 400 rounds to an 18-year-old and 2 AR-15s and not ask a question, not even ask a question. But we did have a quick response from law enforcement showing up on the scene, correct?
Yes, sir. And those officers did exactly what they were supposed to do.
So they're on the scene, and then, according to your timeline, more than 100 rounds were fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned you testified earlier.
That was based on audio-enhanced version, listening to the tapes. We can count how many.
So they've been counted.
Yes, sir.
It's audible. You testified earlier that this shooter, the criminal, purchased high-capacity magazines online before he was 18. Was that correct?
Yes, sir. I think the first was November 30th, 2021. It was his first purchase of rifle accessories.
Do we know the capacity of the magazines that he purchased?
30-round magazines.
30-round magazines?
Yes, sir. All the ones that he purchased were 30-round magazines.
They're all 30-round magazines.
Yes.
So at that point, he could discharge up to 30 rounds as quickly as he can pull the finger, correct?
Yes, sir.
My understanding that is that could be anywhere from 45 to 60 rounds a minute. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
You've told us that 171...
Well, not a minute, because you've got to change magazines, so it would take some of the time. So.
Correct. Yes, but the point is that at 11:40, when the chief called the police department, the 911 call that he made,
yep,
the quotes that caught my attention were interesting. It says here, this man has an AR-15. He's shot a whole bunch of times. I need a lot of firepower. He goes on to say, he's got an AR-15. He's shot a lot. And in his last communication that I will quote, says, we do not have enough firepower right now. It's all pistol, and he has an AR-15. I need some more firepower in here because all we have is pistols and this guy's got a rifle. Is that an accurate?
Yes, yes, sir. His quote.
So Colonel, law enforcement was on the scene. Unfortunately, he'd already fired 100 rounds or more, based on what you all have counted. So the only difference here, I guess the question for you is, based on the 100 rounds that he shot in the short amount of time period, could he have done as much damage, I think we all know the logic answer, with a bat or a knife or a revolver? Could he have killed as many people?
No.
No, he couldn't.
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, anybody else have any more questions? All right, Director McCraw, we appreciate the work that you do for the state. We appreciate your testimony today. And so we will, one of the questions that came up really, do schools get docked or hurt a little bit on their accountability for reporting an increase in discipline?
So
disciplinary actions?
Yeah, there's no accountability impact under state law related to discipline infractions. However, it is worth noting that under federal law specific to special education, that this is part of a broad performance review, and it is required under federal law and periodically.
So the more we report it, the more they get dinged.
It is, that is in fact, unfortunately, a possibility under federal law, and I think it's kind of dumb, frankly, but that's the way that federal law works.
Okay, that just amazes me.
Yeah, there's really two ways that you can improve your measurable, what is measured about campus discipline. When you think about, like there's a variety of things that aren't inherently measured, but you measure all these referrals because you got to report those to us. So there's two ways that you can improve disciplinary referrals. You can improve the status of disciplinary referrals by improving the support you provide to teachers, addressing these minimum expectations and say, like, we're not going to accept this so that they don't escalate. Essentially, you can improve it by improving the disciplinary environment, which is good. You can also theoretically make your numbers go down by telling people, I can't let you refer anyone anymore. That is quite bad. That is why you hear from teachers that say that they do not feel supported. So we don't think that's appropriate. We don't think it should ever be done. But that doesn't mean it doesn't happen from time to time. And there's, to my knowledge, there's no aspect of state law that would encourage that kind of negative reaction, but there may be a component of federal law that does.
Okay, thanks, Senator Perry. You wanted to...
Yeah, just to follow up. So I want to be clear, and I think you would agree, I would hope, I'm not speaking to the 504 kids. I think that we handle them well. Most of them have life skill classes if that's their level of intellect that they need to be associated with. The The ones that are left in the traditional classroom seem to have a aide or someone that helps them through and are not disruptive, and actually the other kids benefit from that child. They learn a lot. These are behavioral kids. These are kids that have chose to be as disruptive and get by with it. And kids are kids, man. If they get by with it, they get worse. But back to your question, Mr. Chairman, it's the disproportionality issues that come up under the federal system. And we need to consider long and hard about what our position in the state looks like when we start down this road, because we just need to deal with these kids. I don't care what race or otherwise they are. If they're disruptive kids, regardless of their ethnicity, they need to be dealt with. And that goes for affluenza kids, all the way down to the poverty kids, and all up and down the middle. And I look forward to working with my colleagues on getting that right. But that's where the federal rules come into.
It's a big issue, all right. Senator West.
And I know that we're kind of veering off a little bit on this, but as it relates to the JJEP programs, I really believe that those programs, the funding was cut on those programs this last time around. And so obviously if you don't, correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't know the answer to that question.
I believe they were cut.
I'm not sure about them cutting funding, but let me throw this statute. We only have JJEPs in counties of 125,000 or more.
That's why I know a little bit about.
So there's a majority of the counties that don't have any place to send the kid that doesn't belong inside the classroom.
And the issue of disproportionality always has been an issue, okay? And so, and I agree with you, if a kid has some issues, we need to figure out how best to resolve them. The state can't do everything, okay? But I do know we're not doing enough. And I look forward to working with you to do better as it relates to them. Okay?
I had one other, and this has to do with some of the early things we heard in the testimony when Director McGraw
yes, sir.
was testifying about, first it was the rock, then it was, they took the rock out and the door closed, but the latch mechanism was set so it didn't lock. So, and then you get to the actual classroom, and it turns out, it didn't align with the pad and just kind of on, and then the little magnetic things people stick inside the doors to keep them purposely from being latched as a convenience so they don't lock all the time. And I know this is going to spill over into the Texas Safety Center part, but I didn't want to leave the total topic while you were still here without talking about it. Someone I have a great deal of respect for when early in this issue, I asked him, what are we missing? He says, well, you can come up with all these great plans and great protocols and check all the boxes, but unless somebody actually goes and checks
right
to see if somebody's doing it, kind of doesn't really matter. And that was kind of where their suggestion was. And as I've kind of been listening all day, like y'all have, and talking to people, the more and I mentioned it to a few other people, we're leaving an awful lot to our own school to check itself when it's not in its benefit to turn itself in for doing something wrong. That's kind of a no-brainer. And if we had a team, I'm not suggesting necessarily what Governor Abbott was suggesting, don't even let a school know you're going to show up, because I think that would be possibly a dangerous situation, but I'm not an expert in that. But if you had a team of people who had the right protocols, maybe laid out by the school safety center, because they're supposed to have the best protocols, and maybe the night before call the superintendent and let them know, I've got 2 people going to show up and check your campus to make sure the latches work and all these kind of things. And then just go campus to campus. I know there's 9,000 campuses. Some of them are pretty small, like in my district. Some of them are quite large in y'all's district. But I think we could get a manageable number of people, probably 120 or so, including clerical, that could actually go out and do something like that, and maybe hit each of the campuses twice a year.
So I think what you've actually described, Director Martinez and I have been working on how to create this on an integrated plan basis. So the intrusion test that you just described is exactly what they are planning to deploy. It is different than a 100% maintenance review.
Correct.
But
You would
it
not
is,
need to check
it is, I'm walking on campus, let me see if I can get into this door. If it's unlocked, and I can get in. And then I let people know, hey, I just got in this door. They are working, again, with us in partnership to deploy a team to begin doing this on a...
Because I've kind of listened to different members. I've
Yeah.
had several members.
And I'm happy to stick around for Dr. Martinez-Prather's testimony in case there's any sort of joint questions that come up.
We'll let her talk on that. But I think just from the members I've talked to, I've seen a number of them that might be willing to work towards something like that. Where it would actually be, who would run it, who do they report to? I think that's all up for discussion.
Well, they're very good at what
Best
they do.
practices and protocols certainly would be set up. I would think they're over there at the Safety Center.
Yeah.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to Senator West's point, Senator Taylor's staff checked, and they do have 25 employees that were reviewing the plans within SB 11, but there was no physical inspection of schools. That was the final version. There were 25 employees that were reviewing plans within SB 11, but there was no physical inspection of schools in the bill. It must not have made the last run. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anyone else have any questions? Oh, Senator Hall. May have the other members. Larry, did you want to ask any questions?
It might be on already.
There we go.
I'll talk to the Houston mic here. This recent conversation, I think, is the best we've had of the day. I hope everybody listened carefully to what Senator Perry had to say and what Senator West had to say, because we've got an 800-pound gorilla in the room that we cannot ignore, because there are two aspects to what I think we can divide this thing into. There's protection, but then there is also prevention. The protection side of it, I think, is something that we can readily get our hands on. It's definable, it's tangible. Hardening of the facilities, resource officers, training, all those problems can be solved with money. I mean, that's basically but the prevention aspect is where I think we really need to come away from here with something meaningful to be done. I mean, there's no adage in medicine that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound to cure. And I think this last couple of years, we've seen that early prevention with COVID was a whole lot better than trying to cure it after you're almost dead. And the question we have to answer is why we have had this explosive growth in, I'll call it, mental issues with our kids. And I say that because I can't define mental illness, but it's what Senator Perry and Senator West were talking about. It's a behavior, it's an attitude. There is something that has happened different that's led to an increase of ADA, ADHA, anger management, anger, discipline, dysphoria, all of these things that used to be almost non-existent is almost a basic part of school now today. And while we put a big effort into doing something in prevention, the hardness side of it, I really think we have got to put an effort into determining why. Why is this happening? In SB 11, we put a lot of money into the mental illness, health, and so on. My question is there latitude in there rather than, okay, here's a kid with a problem, now let's see what the problem is. Figuring out what is it that's causing these problems. Get back ahead of this, of saying, okay, what are the circumstances, what is happening, no matter, and leave it wide open. Don't put any bounds on what would be to address, because I think we have to have an honest and complete answer to it, or we can't come up with a solution. But I think we have to understand, why are these kids behaving the way they are in ever-increasing numbers, and why are they, and it's more than just behavior. It is the other problems they're having in their learning abilities and dysphoria and all this. And so my question I have for you in that is there any latitude in SB 11 for what you're going to do in mental health for the kids, to put some effort into looking at the root cause, because that to me is where we ought to be trying to get for a solution, not solving it with thick doors and bulletproof windows. We've got to have that until we get it solved, no question, but to really look at a solution.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the question that I wrestle with each morning, each night. How do we improve the level of love, the level of resilience, while also growing literacy, numeracy? I think about the...
Well, I guess my question is, that is a big bill with a lot of money in it. Can you use that? Yes. Or do we need to do something in the legislature with a new piece of legislation and additional money?
So Senate Bill 11 provided funds to the coordinating board and universities directly. So that money school districts don't have any control over. The money that was in the bill that the school districts have control over is the $9.72 per ADA. And that you can spend on prevention, these kinds of activities as well. So that is in that bill.
Okay. That was my point, Mr. Chairman. I'd hope that we would recognize that, and whatever it comes out of is...
I think as you get into that, you'll find out it's a breakup of the family unit. I mean, we got a lot of broken family. You got drugs, which are probably part of the cause of the family breakup. And I got a feeling the internet's in there somewhere. A lot of information moving real fast. But when I talk to my superintendents about some of these issues, what most of them say, if you want to know what's wrong with that child, meet the parents. And you'll probably know what's wrong with that child if you can meet the parents.
Some of the teachers I've talked to also say that it's a sum of what we're teaching the kids and how we're teaching them too. Yeah. We can't overlook.
Of course, I'm dealing with smaller schools, more like Charles Perry schools, just very small. And everybody knows everybody. They know who the kids are. They know who the problem kids are. They know who's been bullied. They know who's scared to look at to be around other kids. They know who the bullies are, and they know them all. What to do with them is a whole different thing. And we've got, with the consortium, which we'll be getting into more tomorrow, we have mental health becoming available, not totally available yet, but becoming available. But it's not there yet, but it is available in some areas to bring it to just general practitioners can take the advice of some of this stuff. But it has to be approved by the parents, which I agree with that. If the parents don't agree, the child needs treatment. He gets no treatment. He or she gets no treatment. And, but that's up to the parents. But if the parents are a problem to start with, it's a vicious cycle.
No, and I understand that, but I think it's also somewhere along the line, nobody talks about what is causing this. And I think somewhere somebody's got to start talking about it before we ever do anything about it, of what is the collapse? Where are we failing, and what is it we're doing different that we didn't used to do that now is resulting in something that nobody's paying any attention to except wringing their hands and saying, oh, it's a problem. So that was my point.
Okay. Any other questions? Senator Kokorsz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your comments. I just wanted to say on SB 11, I think it was originally slated to be $50 per student on ADA. I know we settled at just below $10. Had some conversations with my superintendents, as I said in my opening remarks. Whatever we do there, Commissioner and members, one of the things that one of my smaller school districts brought up to me, if we did it on a per-child basis, it's not scalable.
Correct.
A door, as you've described, or maybe an entry door that doesn't have windows that could be busted out, or alarms if a door is propped open, et cetera, is the same price for a small school as it is for a large school. And so I would encourage us, when we look at that, to do a floor. I thought it was an excellent conversation that I had with a smaller group of superintendents as a floor be it 50,000 for the smallest and everything above that on an ADA, or whatever that number is. I know y'all are going to be looking at some cost estimates. So I'd encourage your staff as well as us, in finance, and as we see different bills move through sessions to consider that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, one follow-up.
Yes.
So, Commissioner Morath, I've got a data point here that in fiscal year 21, there were 167 terroristic threat conversations with kids statewide. There was an additional 151 that were expulsion offenses related to a threat or exhibit of a firearm. That's $89 a day, or a total cost of $5.5 million on the first part, and another 4.9, so close to $10 million if we were to lock up the kids that show aggression in a real way under the JJAEP system today.
I can't verify the math, but that sounds logical, absolutely.
So basically 300 kids out of our 5 million were threats that we honestly didn't do anything with because it's a cost. I mean, some of them went to JJAP, some of them did not. I don't know how a kid can threaten and not end up there. But, and then the district has a year up to year expulsion opportunity, or somewhere in between.
Yeah, you would likely, you'd likely need to plan to spend a little bit more than that based on an issue you raised earlier, which is...
So members, what I say to that is we had 300 kids that had threat of firearm or terroristic threat conversations in 21 in our classrooms that honestly, we've kind of got a path to put them somewhere else, but they don't stay there is my understanding. And it's $10 million if we did it the way we're supposed to do it.
All right, good comment. Senator Larry Taylor, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. First of all, let me just start with I'm sorry that we're even here having this discussion. But what I think we've learned most recently is even great plans can fail with human failures. So I think it's imperative that all of our districts take this very seriously. This is not a freak deal. It can happen anywhere, as we've seen. First of all, happening in Santa Fe and Uvalde, these are places you would not have predicted if you were going to guess something like this. So I think it's very important. The more we're finding out things like doors not locking, these are things that should have been found by the people doing daily walkarounds. If you've got a defective door lock, everyone there should know that. And frankly, everyone should know how doors open, lock, don't lock, and they should have keys to those things. So those are things that, but I don't think the planning and the practices have been taken seriously. Frankly, for people to say they didn't know who was in charge. Senate Bill 11 required active shooter training, and it was supposed to be done when the students weren't there. So we don't, that was one of the concerns we had. We didn't want to be scaring our kids. But these were things they would do on weekends and things where they bring in multiple agencies, come in there. So they practice, how are we going to do this? So when everybody shows up, you do know who's in charge, because somebody has to be in charge. As far as prevention goes, I mean, I think the more we're finding out, there were certainly signals along the way for this latest terrible tragedy. Some of these things predated Senate Bill 11 and some of the teacher training, so those things weren't happening. But we're supposed to be training our teachers today to be looking for those kinds of signs. Truancy is one, family issues at home is another, how they're dealing with their fellow students. I mean, you noted that his truancy dropped off from 4th grade to 5th grade. That's one of those signals that what's going on with Johnny or whoever, that all of a sudden their truancy is going up. It was brought up about truancy. We had some issues where people felt like we were criminalizing truancy, and we took JPs out of it. We had a lot of JP courts that were doing an excellent job with truancy. I think that's something that the legislature needs to go back and look at. It was working. You took away the teeth to truancy, but also, once again, these are things that teachers and people around the schools need to be looking into. The mental health, Senator Nichols, it's not everywhere, but we've got a lot of telehealth that's in there, and that's one of the things we set up so that everyone can have access to health, for mental health, particularly for our students. So if teachers and people will identify students, they can get them on telehealth very quickly. and have those opportunities to visit and see exactly what's going on and try to find out what that is. So I encourage this. One of the things I will say, I think the idea of having someone looking over the shoulders of these local districts, whether it's a random audit, you know, the beauty of a random audit is you don't know if you're going to be the one that's going to be randomly picked. And once they start hearing about people having those random audits and the results of those audits being published and publicized, guess what? Everyone else is going to jump on board pretty quick, and they're going to take it very seriously. So that's maybe something that needs to be considered, that we do have that random audit. I think the governor brought that up, that we have random physical audits where somebody comes out there and does check those doors and does see what all's involved with that. And there's ways to work that out. Once again, we're not trying to scare kids, but you need to be able to do these things. And I think by having that hanging over people's heads, that they will take that a little bit more seriously. And Senator Nichols, I appreciate your opportunity to let me speak to this issue. It's very close to my heart, as you can imagine. And I wish you the very best. I'm happy to help in any way I can.
Thank you. We appreciate all the work you've done in this area. Else have any questions? Just Commissioner Morath. Okay. Senator Dafferini stepped out. So, okay. Thank you very much for all that you do for our students and for the state. We've greatly appreciate it. Appreciate you being here pretty much all day. I didn't mean to take your whole day, but taking our day too. Thank you.
I'll stick around for a few minutes just in case there's any other questions as you talk through the school.
Okay, so you want to stay while she comes up?
I was going to sit back there, if that's all right.
Sure.
You can come back up if you need me.
So Dr. Prather? Yeah,
Thank you.
Come on. After Dr. Prather, it'll be Mike Matranga, Texas Police Chiefs Association. There's about 3 or 4 people there. And then the Sheriff's Association. Please state your name for the record and lay your case out, or your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, committee members. My name is Kathy Martinez-Prather, and I am the director of the Texas School Safety Center at Texas State University. The Texas School Safety Center was established in 1999, shortly after the Columbine school shooting. The center is legislatively charged to serve as the central clearinghouse for the dissemination of safety and security information, including training, technical assistance, and best practices for K-12 schools, charter schools, and junior community colleges. Since its inception, the role of the center has expanded significantly, along with increases in responsibility of schools to ensure a safe and secure educational setting for staff and students. The center has provided all Texas schools with training, resources, and technical assistance that is based on best practices to ensure safe and secure learning environments. The mission of the Texas School Safety Center is to serve schools and communities to create safe, secure, and healthy environments. We provide annual training and resources to stakeholders such as district and campus administrators, teachers, counselors, school-based law enforcement on a variety of topics, covering emergency operations planning, drilling and exercising, safety and security audits, school behavioral threat assessment, and also specialized training to our school-based law enforcement officers. Fiscal year 21, the center trained over 18,000 school personnel in school-based law enforcement. And in addition, over 38,000 school personnel have completed our online courses. In addition to providing statewide school safety training and resources, the center is also charged with collecting school safety and security audit information from schools and reviewing their multi-hazard emergency operation plans. Since 2007, the Texas Education Code requires districts to conduct safety and security audits of their facilities at least once every 3 years and to report the results of those audits to the center. The center is required to develop audit procedures for use by school districts to assist with conducting audits, collecting the results of those audits from the districts, and compiling those results of the audits in a statewide report, which have been referenced today. The purpose of the safety and security audit of Texas school facilities for schools is, one, to assess their safety and security within each of their facilities, a physical assessment. but also to identify current policies and procedures and features of their campus, really, for compliance with Texas laws and best practices, with the goal of identifying gaps, making corrective improvement, and making direct recommendations to their Board of Trustees. Since 2005, school districts have been required to have a multi-hazard emergency operations plan. In 2019, the center was required to establish a random or needs-based cycle for the center's review and verification of school district plans. So the center verifies the plans to make sure they meet Chapter 37-108 requirements, provide districts with written notice describing any deficiencies, and stating that the district must correct those deficiencies and resubmit the plan within a certain time frame. And so the compliance aspect to this, or follow-up, if you will, is if a district doesn't submit a plan or doesn't make corrective improvements within a certain amount of time, they have to have a public hearing. Their Board of Trustees does, to let the community know of their failure to submit a plan and their plan to address that failure. And then they have a certain amount of time to do that work. And if they don't, TEA has the authority to issue a conservator. I wanted to highlight a few pieces that we've heard a little bit about today in terms of the implementation of Senate Bill 11. So the 87th or 86th legislative session passed Senate Bill 11 that made significant changes to help improve safety and security in our schools. And so the role of the center was enhanced to help schools with this work. Senate Bill 11 required each school district to have a multi-hazard, multidisciplinary threat assessment team. So with expertise from counseling, behavior management, mental health and substance abuse, classroom instruction, special education, school administration, and law enforcement available to each campus. The purpose of a threat assessment team is to connect individuals with interventions before an act of violence occurs, and from a state level, the center is providing training to support schools in achieving that end. Research on U.S. school shootings has shown that these violence events can be prevented because the acts are typically planned in advance, the actors tell others beforehand about their violent plans, and the acts are often carried out because there's some level of desperation, some level of grievance, or the view that violence is really the only option left to solve their problem. Behavioral threat assessment provides a proactive, evidence-based approach for identifying individuals who may pose a threat, not just to harm others, but themselves, intervening with appropriate resources, and ultimately improving the safety and well-being of the individual that's in crisis, the situation, and the school. The goal of threat assessment is not to punish a child, although that could be the case, but to connect them with the appropriate interventions they need so we can prevent an individual from getting on what we've heard about, this pathway to violence in the first place, and or intervene to get an individual off a pathway to violence. And so keeping our schools safe involves not just effectively responding to violent events, but as we've heard a lot today, preventing them as well. And behavioral threat assessment is a means to do just that when it's implemented with fidelity. The center is required to provide that threat assessment training, which covers a 4-part process on how to, 1, identify students in situations that have raised some sort of behavioral concern, gather additional information about that individual, evaluate information gathered to determine if that individual poses an imminent danger to themselves or others, and then the most important piece is develop and implement a plan to manage the situation and reduce risk, get that individual off a pathway to violence if we believe that they pose a threat. We've trained a total of over 23,000 school personnel serving on threat assessment teams, developed model policy and procedures for school districts, created an online behavioral threat assessment toolkit. In addition to SB 11, school districts were now required to submit those plans, their multi-hazard emergency operation plans, to the Texas School Safety Center. The planning process creates opportunities for us to be able to focus on what we call desired outcomes and prepare and implement procedures to help ensure that when something does go wrong, that we end up as close to the possible desired outcome instead of trying to sort of haphazardly create something in the middle of a situation. So being prepared is critical.
Well, we've been listening in to this hearing here as there is a special committee underway with Texas lawmakers about the Uvalde massacre and the response specifically into this. This has been going for hours, but some of the biggest takeaways from today's hearing from Texas's top cop saying that police had enough officers and firepower on the scene of the Uvalde school massacre to have stopped the gunman 3 minutes after he entered the building. Also mentioning and showing some of the first images that we've seen from inside of law enforcement coming inside of the school as shots were being fired there too. So we'll be going more into detail about what has come out of this committee today, what is next in the investigation, and how this community is coming together after this tragedy. A lot of these questions being answered, but still a lot more to talk about on this front, as well as gun legislation as a whole, as that is the top of mind on Capitol Hill as well. A live look from the Senate floor where lawmakers are talking about the framework of gun legislation. We're supposed to be getting that text released later this evening. We'll be on that through the rest of the night here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back at the top of the hour. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Top of the hour, 3 o'clock here in Phoenix, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. Let's start off with kind of a round robin of all of these events happening across the country. This out in Texas, as there's a special committee that's analyzing the response to the Uvalde school shooting. They're talking about those officers who first got to the scene there, and there's been a lot of pushback on how quickly they were able to assess the situation and get inside of the classroom. We're now learning from the head of Texas State Police that the police had enough officers and firepower on the scene of the school massacre to have stopped the gunman 3 minutes after he entered the building. We're also learning more about who was in charge on the scene there. People pointing at Pete Arredondo. He is the Uvalde School District Police Chief, who many are saying was in charge, although he is saying that it should have been in the hands of DPS that was there. We'll be diving a little bit deeper into that with our experts here on the show. We're also keeping our eyes close on the Senate floor as gun legislation is moving quickly through. We know that it was already passed through the House, and now more text is going to be revealed as to what exactly lawmakers want this stricter gun legislation to look like. They're, of course, trying to pass this ahead of the 4th of July holiday. So many of them trying to speed things up. We're now hearing from Senator Cornyn that this will be happening any moment, so soon, and we'll be keeping our eyes on that. Meanwhile, out to Los Angeles, where we're going to hear from the district attorney, George Gascon. He is responding to quite a bit of criticism about the 2 El Monte police officers who were shot and killed. There's an investigation underway into their shooting. The man who killed the 2 officers released under some of the rules that were enacted from the district attorney. He'll be holding a press conference answering some of those reporter questions. So we'll be taking that live as it happens here. But until then, let's stay in Texas for this next story. This is a sad one, but turned a little bit better as the Houston Humane Society has now rescued 33 dogs in a hoarding case here. They worked in conjunction with San Jacinto County's Precinct 3. They relocated the dogs to a shelter this afternoon, where they are now being assessed by vet staff and rehabbed as necessary before becoming eligible for adoption. Our team's down on the ground speaking with some of the officials there. Let's listen in.
So our agency has an open door policy with at our office where people in the community have any problems, they can come to our office. We had an elderly couple come to our office and tell us that they had several dogs that they needed help with. The constable then called me and asked that I go and investigate the problem with the dogs. I arrived at the location and seen that there were several dogs. They didn't appear to be in too bad a shape, but it was an elderly couple. The dogs were in pretty clean kennels, and I could see that being that they were elderly, that they were going to need help with these animals.
How old are they? 80s?
83 to 8, they were in their 80s.
80s?
Yes.
And tell me more about the conditions the dogs were in. You said they were pretty clean kennels. But...
So, some of the dogs had skin issues. A lot of the dogs were just continuously having puppies because of the spaying and neuter issue in San Jacinto County. So they were just multiplying. People were dumping dogs in the neighborhood. So they were trying to do a good thing by picking up the strays and giving them a home and feeding them.
And this elderly couple, they had history of fostering animals,
yes. Rehabilitating.
They've been doing this for a while.
Yes, sir.
Any message to others who are, trying to help dogs from the streets?
Well, I would just like to, in our county, we have a lot of animal lovers, and I want to thank them for that. Just please get your dog spayed and neutered. I want to tell all of our volunteers in our county, San Jacinto County, thank you for all of your help and support. Our biggest supporter in our county is going to be Wagon Tail's Animal Rescue of San Jacinto County. We're always looking for donations and help with our organization also, being that they are local, that they do help spay some of our dogs, spay and neuter some of our dogs in our county. So maybe we can put a stop to the people dumping their dogs.
And just to clarify, there aren't right now. You're not looking into charges against the elderly couple.
No, being that they came to us and asked us for help and didn't let the dogs get too skinny or anything like that. The skin condition is it's pretty normal in the county, especially if they need some flea medicine. But like I said, from an elderly couple, they're probably on a fixed income and probably couldn't afford that. So being that they come to us before the situation got bad, we are not seeking any criminal charges now.
Tell me about these dogs and what you're doing today.
So I'm going to be examining this puppy. This is part of a cruelty case where there were about 33 dogs confiscated from San Jacinto County. And so most of them look like they have some medical conditions, not major, but some conditions that need to be addressed, primarily skin, and most likely intestinal parasites, and probably some heartworm positive dogs once we do our evaluation.
After evaluating them, kind of bring these dogs' health back to normal, what would you tell potential people about adopting them?
Well, all of them, just on preliminary exam, they seem to be very well-mannered, good temperament. So once we get them up to speed health-wise by getting them vaccinated, deworming, heartworm prevention, flea prevention, spay and neuter, of course, then I think most of them, if not all of them, will be available for adoption.
Any general message to the public? I understand these dogs, the owners were trying to actually help these dogs, getting off the streets.
Yeah, so, we see it all too often. It's part of a hoarding situation where they're trying to do a good thing, but then they become a little overwhelmed. But what we encourage people to do is just to vaccinate your animals, spay, neuter, and preventative maintenance things like flea prevention, heartworm prevention, and things like that.
Anything else you want to ask, something I didn't ask you about?
You can go to houstonhumane.org to help our organization, to donate. We're nonprofit, so all of our funding is from the general public and donations and things like that.
So there you have it out of Houston, Texas, as they have rescued these 33 dogs in a hoarding case, most of them in good condition, which is good news on that front. Now they are being assessed and will be able to be adopted here pretty soon. So some sweet faces right there. And good news as we move into the rest of the week. Well, we are going to take one more commercial break. When we come back, we are giving you a highlight on a story we haven't touched on in a little while here. Tomorrow, court day for a civil suit, Petito versus Laundrie. Gabby Petito's family filing a lawsuit against the parents of Brian Laundrie, saying that he knew where he was and planned to help him leave the country. We'll have a full breakdown after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Tomorrow is court day for the civil suit Petito versus Laundrie. Gabby Petito's family filing a lawsuit against the parents of Brian Laundrie, accusing the Laundrie family of knowing that their son murdered Gabby and claimed that they were planning to help him leave the country. We want to bring in Fox 13's Aaron Messmer, who's been on this story from the beginning. Aaron, what do we know about this suit?
Yeah. Well, tomorrow it's going to be back in court in Sarasota County. Brian Laundrie's attorney is going to ask a judge to dismiss a lawsuit filed by Gabby Petito's family. This is going to be the first time these two families are going to face off in court since her death almost 10 months ago.
I've just been sitting here like this for a while.
The grief Gabby Petito's family still feels must be immeasurable. They'll now take their pain into a Sarasota County courtroom and begin to make their case against the family of Brian Laundrie, the man who killed their daughter during their cross-country trip last summer.
They're arguing that the Laundrie family caused them severe emotional distress.
Because Christopher and Roberta Laundrie wouldn't communicate with anyone, according to the lawsuit. Gabby's family says the Laundries knew their son murdered Gabby, but didn't tell detectives, refused to help the investigation, and then went on vacation. The Petitos argue they suffered, quote, pain and mental anguish due to the Laundries' behavior, which they described as shocking, atrocious, and utterly intolerable. But on Wednesday, the Laundries' attorney will ask a judge to dismiss the lawsuit.
Based upon the law, I'm confident that we have a strong legal position.
Reached by phone, Laundrie family attorney Steve Bertolino said his clients had no legal obligation to discuss the case with anyone.
And because there is no duty to report and no Good Samaritan law, there is no legal basis for which Chris and Roberta Laundrie can be found liable.
Tampa attorney Anthony Rickman, who isn't involved in this case, says the Laundries may be facing an uphill battle with this motion.
And it's a very high standard to dismiss a complaint.
But if the case ends up in front of a jury, Rickman believes the Laundries can make a good argument.
The First Amendment protects free speech, but it also gives a citizen the right not to talk.
However, the Laundries did release a statement on September 14th last year that read in part, "It is our hope that the search for Ms. Petito is successful and that Ms. Petito is reunited with her family." Rickman points out the Petitos claim the Laundries already knew by then that Brian had killed Gabby. And Rickman says that could be key.
They're not invoking the right to remain silent. They're actually saying something through their attorney, which the Petitos are going to argue caused them severe emotional distress.
And we are waiting for a statement from Gabby Petito's family's attorney, waiting for that this evening. If this case is not dismissed, it's expected to go to trial, Daytona, sometime next year, and the family is trying to get damages of about $100,000.
Yeah, up until the bitter end, Aaron, it's interesting to see the Laundrie family still not speaking out. I mean, Bertolino played a massive part in this investigation from the very beginning and still is through the case.
Yeah, he really is. He's been the person who we've been hearing from the very beginning of the case. We still have not heard from either of Brian Laundrie's parents. That September 14th statement that we referred to there in the story, that was, I believe, the first time we heard from his parents through their attorney, and that is still continuing to this day, and in all likelihood that is going to continue moving forward as we see it.
Yeah, and now the big challenge is if it does move forward and gets its day in court, finding a jury that has never heard of this case before.
Yeah, that's always the challenge. In Sarasota County, you know, this was a huge case, not just down there, but really throughout the country. By the time this would go to trial next year, it'll be interesting to see if they can get a fair jury down there. But in all likelihood, in these types of cases, we will see both sides try to do that and then see where it goes from there.
All right, Fox 13's Aaron Messmer, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be watching as it is court tomorrow. Are cameras going to be allowed inside, or what is the discrepancies on that?
Yes, the camera will be in court tomorrow. We'll be covering this case. And depending on what happens from there, we will hopefully have a camera in court throughout the entire case.
Okay, we'll be watching. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
Yep, you got it.
And we want to move it out to Los Angeles now, where we do have the district attorney, George Gascon, who is speaking out following the shooting death of 2 El Monte police officers. Let's play it from the very beginning for you.
Hello, everyone. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this in English first, then I'll do Spanish, and then I'll answer any questions that any of you guys may have. Okay? So first of all, I want to begin by saying I want to express my deepest condolences to both the Paredes and the Santana family. I know their untimely death has been devastating to them and to most of us in our community. I recognize these are very difficult times, and they're difficult for many reasons. Understandably, many of us are angry, including myself, and we all wish if we could predict violence, but the reality is that we can't. In this particular case, The history of the suspect, Mr. Flores, did not contain any evidence of violence. He was basically someone that had been drug addicted for many years. He had been arrested, mostly for drug-related offenses, and almost a decade ago, he was arrested and convicted for burglarizing his grandparents' home and stealing a TV. He then remained pretty much away from the criminal justice system until the arrest in this particular case, where he was arrested for possession of drugs for personal use and the possession of a gun. The outcome in this particular case, given what we knew then, no history of violence, very little contact with the criminal justice system for nearly 10 years, was appropriate. When people are arrested for serious crimes, we work hard to ensure that there are serious consequences, including lengthy periods of incarceration. But we have an imperfect system. And that's not only here in LA, that's everywhere. I know this is frustrating to hear, and it may not help heal the wounds for some. But we do not serve our community when we try to pretend that we can predict 100% of the time when these cases are going to occur. Best we can do is continue to work towards a safer community and doing the things that we know that work, like providing effective intervention when people are under probation, ensuring that we have transitional services when people are getting out of prison, because 95% of them do, ensuring that we have appropriate trauma recovery, working to ensure that people get employment, that they get housing, and they get the services that they need. We have been down the road of being scared and reacting harshly. I think some of us will remember Willie Horton, the horrible case that dealt with decades of very harsh incarceration and overpunishment. It never made us any safer, and in fact, many would argue that we're here today because of the mistakes that we made in the past. I understand, again, how difficult this is, but I urge everyone to ensure that we do not overreact here and that we do the things that we know that work. I want to move very quickly in Spanish now. Primero que nada, quiero ofrecer mis condolencias para las familias de los oficiales Paredes y Santana. Su muerte nos impacta a todos. Estos son momentos muy dificultosos para nuestra comunidad y entiendo por qué muchos están irritados y furiosos. Yo me siento igual. Todos quisiéramos poder predecir.
So as Gascon goes into a little bit of Spanish right there to give you more background on this case, the man who shot and killed 2 El Monte police officers, you can see photos of both of them right there, Paredes and Santana. He also died at the scene of this shooting with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. That's according to the Los Angeles County coroner. Authorities said that Justin William Flores shot the 2 officers moments after they entered a motel room where he had been holed up on Tuesday and then ran into the parking lot where he exchanged a second round of gunfire with other responding officers. You're taking a look at some photos of him right there. At some point, he turned the gun on himself. El Monte police officer Joseph Santana and his partner, Michael Paredes, were killed. They were responding to a reported stabbing. Both officers shot and killed in the head, later transported to the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center. Now there has been a lot of frustration because of the background of the shooter. They say that he was a repeat offender and was released early under George Gascon's rule as district attorney. Now he was responding and holding his first press conference since this happened. Let's listen back in.
Problemas de adicción. Estos son los servicios que sabemos que trabajan y debemos evitar sobrereaccionar y regresar a los tiempos en que cometimos tantos errores de sobreencarcelamiento, lo cual no nos ayudaron a ser más seguros. Al contrario, muchos argumentarían de que esas políticas del pasado han sido el resultado donde estamos hoy. I'd like to do very briefly, I'll take a few questions in English and then Spanish. Yes.
Okay, so we understand that you are saying the Florida case obviously is consistent with what you believe is how the officer handled it before, and the analysis based on his record. However, the one part of this that people simply refer to is not a case-by-case analysis factor in the removal of the strike under Special Record 2008, which was not done in a case-by-case analysis way. So can you just please explain, or I guess defend against the idea that people have suggested that with the removal of the strike, it left the officer in a weaker bargaining position and resulted in a lower sentence, and that, as far as I know, that strike removal is not based on any factor of the case itself. So can you explain how that impacted this?
Sure, I think the first thing that we have to go back is we got to look at the circumstances in this case. We had an individual that has been drug addicted for many years. He had been arrested multiple times for a variety of low-level offenses. The prior case was a case where he stole a television by breaking into his grandparents' home, and he was high at the time. He went through a lengthy period of time without any contact with the criminal justice system. The current case, he's arrested for possession of drugs and possession of a gun. He could have, even under my directives, he could have gone to jail. As a matter of fact, had the case been set for trial, it's very possible that he would still be waiting for a trial date. He was on bail. He was out on bail for an extensive period of time. We can if this thing to death. There's certainly many opportunities where a catastrophe, a tragedy could have occurred. But the reality is that when you have the history that this individual had, the outcome was appropriate under the circumstances. Yes, sir. I'm sorry? Well, I think you have to look at the case, okay? The case, based on the circumstances, I think it was appropriate, and it would have been appropriate regardless. Yes, sir. And then I'll come to you. Okay, let me take one at a time. First of all, we use the term third striker, and I want to correct the record because this was not a third striker, okay? Also, it's important to know that the strike that we're talking about was a non-serious, non-violent strike. It involved somebody under the influence of drugs breaking into his grandparents' home and taking a TV. As to the issue of the appellate decision in this case, which was mixed, by the way, because actually the court says that we have to allege the strikes, but we don't have to prove the strikes. We are still considering this case, and I don't know what the final outcome would be. Yes?
I'm just a little bit puzzled when you talk about you can't determine with 100% certainty what a person's actions are going to be. But when you have a pattern of action practiced by a person, which indicates over a period of time, they continue criminal activity. There may be a space in between them, but there's continued crime. And then they graduate and increase in severity of the crime. You say he could dealt with burglary, drug abuse, that's fine. He gets a firearm, all of a sudden that's a quantum leap. Why shouldn't your people take that as a quantum leap to say, no, we're not going to give this guy probation. We're going to hold him. We're going to try him. Why not?
First of all, I don't agree with you with the, that there was a quantum leap here. Okay.
You said.
Let me finish.
Well, no, you've already said this 4 times. The thing you've ignored is the fact that by carrying a gun, that elevates the seriousness of what this guy could do, one, and second, it's a clear indication that apparently the criminal justice system hadn't made an impression upon this guy.
The possession of a gun is not considered a violent crime. Simple possession of a gun is not considered a violent crime. Okay? He was arrested for possession of drugs and possession of a gun, not the use of a gun. Under the circumstances, I believe that was an appropriate outcome.
Well, you've talked a lot about the politics. Your office has denied that you were going to pay for the suspect's funeral, and you had said that it was just politics. But you keep having to hold these press conferences and explain after these events happen. There's a major recall effort up for you. How is that not politics? How are you not campaigning right now, having to explain after all of these tragic events keep happening?
First of all, I'm not continuing to explain. I think it's appropriate for me to talk to the community through all of you to discuss what happened and the actions that we took. You talk about this funeral payment. That was a complete falsehood that has been spread around. This man was not a victim of a crime. He is a suspect. We would not pay for his services, and we have made that very clear. This is not about explaining. This is simply about clearing the record. Thank you so much.
Mr.